Ready? Good morning. Welcome to day 4 of the ECC's PDI 2023. We will start with our plenary session for learning, early learning and care, climate consciousness in the early learning environment. Our panel facilitator, Rachel McDonald, and our panelists, Miss Jennifer Williams, Mrs. Keita David, Mr. Jardine Hales, and Miss Gwyneth Cambridge. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Let's look at our presenters. Miss Rachel McDonald. She is a firm believer in the power of education as a transformative tool. She created an innovative bilingual early childhood and primary program under her brand, Fundaciones. This later grew to 2 locations, offering day schools in Kingston and Montego Bay, a daycare facility in a call center, and a variety after-school programs, services, and activities for children up to the age of 18. Using these platforms, Rachel began engaging children in Jamaica to the inevitable challenges that exist in our global village and guiding them towards innovative solutions. Her love to create, to share, to excite, and to make memorable has been infectious, and with a COVID pandemic induced rebirth, she has spread her ideology, methodology, and commitment to the sustainable development goals to the children, their families, their teachers, schools in multiple underserved communities in Jamaica. Through learning interventions that prioritize social emotional development, support sessions, and community sustainability projects and programs such as the Corner Library, Rachel continues to ideate and support the notion of education for sustainable development by leveraging the connections she has established and enabled through her 25-year career. Dr. Jennifer Williams. Dr. Jennifer Williams is a co-founder and executive director of the nonprofit organization Take Action Global and founder of Teach SDGs. She speaks, writes, and advises on practices that develop global perspectives and social good through creative uses of technology, and her research interests include innovations in teaching and learning, equity and diversity in education, and also social action. As an educator and author of the ISTE book, Teach Boldly, using EdTech for social good, she champions teachers to use educational technology for social good. Connect with Jennifer on Twitter. Gwyneth Cambridge. Born in Guyana, South America, Miss Gwyneth Cambridge has been an educator for over 40 years, both in Guyana and St. Vincent, where she currently resides. After having married a Vincentian pen pal some 37 years ago, Mrs. Cambridge holds a number of certificates, including primary teacher's certificate, bachelor's degree in educational administration, and Masters of Science in Curriculum and Instruction, with focus on early childhood education. Now retired, Mrs. Cambridge spends her time writing books for both children and adults, poems, and of course, teaching young children and tutoring older children and adults in the areas of English language and literature. Assisting at UWI students in preparation for English for academic purposes and facilitating early childhood education workshops. So far, Mrs. Cambridge has published 3 books, 2 of which target young children. These can be accessed on Amazon. Currently, 4 other children books are with the illustrator. Jardine Hales. Jardine Hales is a finalizing student at the University of the West Indies, where he is majoring in operations management with a minor in statistics. With a keen interest in climate change since his high school days, Jardine's passion for living a sustainable lifestyle has led him to contribute whenever possible. Jardine serves as one of the co-leads for the Public Relations and Communications Committee with the Jamaica Climate Change Youth Council. In this role, he utilizes his skills to raise awareness about environmental issues and advocate for climate action among the youth. Through his involvement with the JCCYC, he aims to empower people, young people that is, to make a positive impact on the environment. In addition to his engagement with the JCCYC, he channels his passion for climate change into his writing. He regularly creates insightful blogs focusing on various aspects of sustainable living and environmental conservation. By sharing his knowledge and experiences, he aims to inspire others to adopt eco-friendly practices and contribute to a more sustainable future. Mrs. Skeeter Davis. Born on February 9th, 1975, an ardent Christian with the United Pentecostal Church of Jamaica. She has been in early childhood since the year 2000. She started at Christ Chapel Basic from 2000 to 2011, then moved on to the St. Thomas Early Childhood Resource Center from 2012 to 2013. From 2013 to 2019, she has been the principal at the Yallas Basic School. Then the school transitioned to Yallas Infant from present. She has a diploma in early childhood education from the St. Joseph's Teachers College, a diploma in sacred theology from the Caribbean Bible Institute, a bachelor's in ECE from the St. Joseph Teachers College, and a master's degree in leadership and management. Now, let's look at climate consciousness in the early learning environment. We want to just have an overview of what is to come.
Hello, can you hear me? It's working. Thank
working.
you, team. Okay, good morning, carry on, and thank you. Firstly, let me just start by acknowledging the members of the panel who, as I see it, are synonymous with experience, with a passion for SDG 13, climate action, and who just downright represent and epitomize commitment. It is a pleasure to share with you and to join forces for this conversation on climate consciousness in the early learning environment. And a big hi to our friend Jen, connecting remotely. Jen, that looks like you're in your office in Florida. Hi, Jen.
Great to see you all. Thank you, Rachel.
It's good to have you. Secondly, I'd love to take this opportunity to welcome all of you, our phenomenal audience, for being here. Your presence is testament to your belief in promoting climate consciousness in the early learning environment. I know we are greater in numbers online, so please send us love online, send us questions online, and to those of you who are here with us physically, please don't hesitate to just come up and share with us, okay? So a special welcome and good morning to each and every one of you, wherever you're connecting from. So we're here to talk climate. The climate crisis has been scary, especially for us in Jamaica and as educational practitioners, but it's also been very scary for our youngest and most vulnerable learners. Together, we have seen some scary stuff. We have seen and we begin to understand the first-hand effects of flooding. We know what happens when we have bad floods in Jamaica, and we know it's usually at a particular time each year. We know that flooding puts our children at risk each time they have to go to and from school, whether it's by taxi car or it's a walk home. And we know so because many of them have to do that because they live in relatively close proximity to the early childhood institutions that they attend. And something that we would see as very simple and basic can become a very scary and dangerous aspect of their livelihoods. We also know firsthand just how hot it is across the island. They said that we should be careful about the songs we choose to, or the words we choose to repeat. And I can't help but thinking about a song that my parents used to sing when I was a young girl, a calypso song. You remember? Feeling hot, hot, hot. Worst song ever, because it just perpetuated this heat wave as such that we have begun feeling the effects of in real times, right? Well, the classrooms are hot and have become hotter because of the recent record high temperatures. We just had, if my memory serves me correct, a heat wave at the beginning of May, this May too. And I mean, that was scary because with those unusual temperatures, our children's livelihoods are inhibited, and the work that we do as early childhood practitioners therefore has to change. Right? Our children can't go outside and play as they normally would. They can't go outside and play without water, without shade, without a cap, without even sunblock, things that we Jamaicans take for granted, right? And we also understand what a drought is, right? Right now, we all collectively want rain in Jamaica. And the good news is, as I was walking in, I felt something dropping on my face. And at first, I thought it was an air conditioning vent. I was like, ooh. And then I looked up and I saw clouds. And as Jordan came in, he said, I got a little delayed with the rain. And I was like, thank God, this is great. So let us keep calling down and be very deliberate with our words, because we do need rain, right? We need rains badly. Our dams, our reservoirs have extremely low water supplies. And this means that our early childhood institutions are operating in many instances right now without water, some without tanks, some without additional water storage. And we know that water is essential to our lives, to the lives of our children. And without it, again, our daily activities are severely hindered, you know. And I'm going to just share all the realities with you. So forgive me and bear with me, because realities drive our awareness, right? Last week, our Jamaican Foreign Minister of Trade, or Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Honorable Kamina Johnson-Smith, shared some more very scary information. She warned of our city of Kingston being the second city in the world to reach its climate departure by 2023. Newsflash, colleagues, 2023 is now. Right? So these are just a few of the realities. And if you permit me, carry on, I want to add two more stories about two children that I met in the last 2 years. I'm going to call them Big Girl and Good Youth. And if we recall correctly, those of us in Jamaica, at the start of the school year, we had a lot of rain last year. It rained heavily. And this is something that we know. It's not the first year it has started to rain. We know this, right? We know what it looks like. We know how hard it is for us as teachers having to navigate floods, right? And Big Girl, as I call her, is a very good girl. She's one of those girls that babysat a particular child that unfortunately, and God rest his soul, washed away because of the heavy rains. And we now see in Good Girl, or not Good Girl, Big Girl rather, this sort of climate anxiety. Every time rain falls at about midday, she goes into panic. Her classes don't end at midday. Her classes end at 3 o'clock. But after midday, when those rains start, and you know in Jamaica, rains tend to start at around lunchtime, she can't focus because all she thinks about is that little person in her community that did not make it because of the heavy rains, right? So I remember posting one time about climate anxiety on Twitter, and a Jamaican said, no, we don't have those problems in Jamaica. And I was like, you'd be surprised. And that's the kind of trauma that our children are living with. Then there's a story of Good Youth. Now, whilst Big Girl and Good Youth are not our youngest learners, they interact with our young learners. They babysit them. They spend time with them. They are the role models, right? Now, Good Youth is what I like to consider a good youth. He's one of those kids that does everything his mother has told him to do, right? He's gone out. He's literally not fallen prey to gangs. He's not gotten involved in any sort of criminal or violent activities. He does his schoolwork as his mother has asked him to do. His mom is from a very underprivileged community. His mom does everything she possibly can to give him all his school books, to give him everything he needs to get a better opportunity by way of an education. So Good Youth goes to school every day, and you know what happens last year when the rains came down? Good Youth is on his way home, and the rains catch him on the way home because he didn't have enough taxi fare, so he's walking home. Now, you know what happens to his school bag? It gets completely soaked. You know what happens to all his notes that he has so assiduously begun to take? It just pages stick together, the notes run into each other. You know what happens to Good Youth after that? Good Youth cannot even begin to imagine that he was doing everything right as he was supposed to do. And then all of a sudden, it makes no sense because he won't have access to those books anymore. His mother has no money to go and buy them again. And that's a wrap. Good Youth gets stuck now, taking up badness, as we say in Jamaica, Jen, on the corner. Right? So there is our hope. And those are our realities, right? And I'm very deliberate in sharing these realities with you today, not solely to scare you or to add to your anxiety, but to really showcase that these instances affect us tremendously. And as such, I hope that they can become our opportunities for us to begin to understand our climate realities. And there is no climate consciousness without an acknowledgement of our climate realities. So colleagues, I hate to tell you this, but I'm happy to share that it starts with these very unfortunate situations. And to the members who are coming in, come closer, don't stay far from us. We're riding and feeling your energy, so come closer, right? Thankfully, right, I'm not necessarily here to lead you all down the path of the straight and narrow. My role as facilitator is to really guide us today towards solutions that will lead us to a better country and a better world for our youngest learners. And it is with that in mind that I now turn over to our experts. So we're going to start with Skeeter. Skeeter, with your over 20 years experience in the early childhood development, and I say development because it's so much more that we do at the early childhood level. It's not just education, right? I think it's safe to say that you understand our local landscape and, of course, how our children learn, and also how we see it or how you see it best to support our phenomenal practitioners. It's with that in mind that I would love for you to share or to tell us what are some ways that early childhood educators and practitioners may begin to introduce climate change and environmental issues to our young learners in very age-appropriate and hands-on, minds-on, engaging ways. And of course, tell us a little bit about why you think this is important.
Thank you, Rachel. Being in the classroom or in early childhood for over 20 years, as was said, I believe that these things have been shared with our students over the years. It's just that some of us don't put a name to it, and some of us don't even recognize that we are doing what we are doing. But to begin with, we need to know what they know, because some children are coming from homes where they are very much aware of what is climate change and what is happening in our environment. So find out from them what they know. And some will have the wrong impression and so on. So when we find out what they know, we move them from the negative to the positive. We simply talk to them about the environment. As early as 3-year-olds begin to come to basic schools, and for infant schools it's a little later, 4-year-olds. But in the early childhood curriculum, we do a topic called water. Now this is very wide. We talk about different water bodies and so on. And so from here we can teach them how to take care of their environment. If we put, say, plastic bottles and so on in the water, the water will move it, clog the drains, all of that. So here we have an opportunity right in our curriculum where we can teach them about our environment. We move on to the 4-year-olds where we actually do a theme called plants. Now, in this team, we teach them about taking care of plants. We allow them to plant seeds and see how they grow and all of that. So here we are actually teaching them about how to care for our environment. When we actually see them do the good things, we praise them. Because in praising them, they will be encouraged to continue to do what they are doing. And so in introducing from here how to take care of the environment, when they see something goes wrong, they will know. They will be aware that this is not supposed to be. So here we are definitely introducing climate change. We also need to keep the faith in humanity alive when it comes on to our young children. Some of our young children live with so many negatives. But when they recognize that us as adults have faith in the climate and the environment, they are going to catch on and do the same. How important is this, though, in teaching our young children? It allows them to be aware and be conscious of what should be happening in our environment and also how to take care of it. It also boosts their interest in caring for and improving our environment. And finally, it enhances their ability to learn about their surroundings.
Thank you, Skeeter. And I love what you said. You said we need to know what our young learners know, right? And that involves us engaging our children in very hands-on and minds-on ways. This involves a back and forth in terms of communication. I also value you sharing how we literally have themes that relate to climate in the early childhood curriculum. So many people come and they tell me, well, we don't have anything. We don't know. It don't connect to climate at all. But I think what is being showcased, ladies that are coming in, practitioners coming in, welcome. Please come over on this side. And Jen, just to give you some visuals, the room is filling up. So the energy is there. Come right in. We rely on energy, especially when we're talking serious things, right? So I value you, Skeeter, for sharing specifically how water is a theme in the preschool classroom and how plants are a theme in the pre-K classroom, because these are realities. And I want to just share some information that Jen, through her Take Action Global NGO, shared with us globally in a survey with over 1,000 respondents in about 38 countries. It was discovered that climate action educators expressed the need for a more common vocabulary around climate action education to really help break down the linguistic barriers to collaboration. So it may be felt that a lot of us as practitioners don't understand the specific terms that are used in the climate mitigation process and how these literally connect on a literal level to what we do here in Jamaica in the local landscape. And I also take what you said, Skeeter, in terms of us having to get a little bit more specific, right? We have to get specific about the language. We have to just take some time to understand the language. And of course, I won't get too much into some solutions because I know Jen will perhaps share about the Climate Action Project and how we as educators can benefit. So thank you, Skeeter, for sharing all of that. We're going to move on now to Miss Gwen. Gwen, you are a veteran educator, right? Congratulations, by the way, on over 40 years in education, right? This is a big deal, right? A big, big deal. I mean, I'm not even 40 as yet. Psych. Those of you who know, right? But I think with your experience, you will be probably better able to share with us some very practical strategies that early childhood programs can begin to take on or to implement to really begin to reduce the environmental impact and to begin to model sustainable practices for children. So we look forward to hearing your input.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. I'm so pleased to be a part of the discourse on climate change. I find it is an area that we sort of take for granted, and we do not accredit the importance that it needs. I want to add a little to what Skeeter said before I get into my own area, and say that let's not limit the environment just to the outdoor environment, but when we're talking about, taking care of the environment, we've got the indoor environment as well. And because children, they spend time inside, then we can talk to them about, let us keep our environment inside clean and healthy. And then they can see the difference too, that if we don't keep the inside clean and healthy, then how are we going to do the outside? Because sometimes what they use inside is thrown outside. And so they've got to see that there is a connection between the indoor environment in terms of keeping it clean and healthy and the outdoor environment. Secondly, I would want us to think in terms of, if you're going to introduce this to them, that they could see the relationship between nature because it is all connected. All right, I just wanted to add that. All right, and so then I'm going to talk to us because this is a discussion and I want you to become involved in the discussion. As I said before, I have had so many experiences in terms of climate change. And since there are 40 years that has been gone, then I can talk about what was to what is. All right? And let me start by saying, first of all, that if you're going to think in terms of practicality, you have to get down to the children's level. Sometimes we tend to talk above the children. I like to kind of separate. And you go to the children, you say, climate change. All they heard was the first part of the word climate. There's no gainsay that a child may get all caught up with that first part of the word climb. Is she talking about climbing trees? What is she talking about? They haven't put the words together as yet. So let's go down to their level. And practically, you can start in your circle time. You can say, all right, we have circle time today. What are we going to discuss? We're going to discuss something about climate. And you show the separation. Climate. It's not about climbing trees. It is about the environment. It's about nature. And how we could make it better for us. You use the words that the children understand. Secondly, take them outside. And what you can do, say, today we are going to use our 5 senses. So you put them to sit quietly and says, okay, we're not going to talk now. We are going to use our 5 senses. What are our 5 senses? And they're not too young to understand that I need to listen. I can smell. I can think about tasting. What do I hear? And what I can feel or touch. And you say to them, okay, let's be quiet. Let's see what we can hear outside. I'm going to give you a minute or 2 to think about it, and then you're going to tell me what you hear. Invariably, they're going to say, Miss, I can hear cars. All right, let's listen a little more. They might hear the birds. Miss, people are talking. And right away, you have a lesson there where you could talk about noise pollution. Within the Caribbean here, we love to blow our horns. When you see somebody passing you in their vehicle, you have to, or we are people of movement and music. You can't really travel in a vehicle if you don't have the vibes. And sometimes we get so excited that the music is loud and you're like, the noise wave that is coming at you, that is a form of noise pollution. It can affect our environment. Simple things like these, practical things. You tell the children, all right, today we're going to speak softly. We don't have to shout. So today it's our inside voices. We're going to use our inside voices, okay? So we're not going to do things loudly. You've got that. Then ask them, okay, how about thinking about something beautiful that we could make our outside beautiful? How can we do this? Incorporate the art. So you let them do a kind of contrast. And the children, it doesn't matter. They can use finger painting. Let them use what they're comfortable with. All right, so you produce something beautiful, but do you know that, this is really lovely? This represents the environment. How about if sometimes the environment is very bad? Can we try to do that? Let's see. Let's see the colors we're going to use to represent that. And then we make a comparison. You see what? Let us say, Connor, he showed us a bad environment. You notice how many houses black? So that is what happens when we breathe in air that's not clean. That's how it makes our lungs look. And do you know your lungs are inside? Can you point to that part of the body where your lungs are, where you think it is? And then right away, remember, you're not going to say, I'm going to be doing a biology lesson on the lungs and what's not. But you're introducing these concepts as you dialogue with the children. How about telling them, let's talk. What is a good environment? How can we make our environment better? All right. Then how about, let us go back inside. So you're journeying with me, yes? We went outside. We used our 5 senses. Now I'm going back inside. And I'm going like, there's paper on the floor. Everybody knows the song, bits of paper lying on the floor. Let's clean up our inside environment. By the way, Joan, do you know where paper comes from? So we're going to be having a lesson now. Do you know that papers come from the trees? How many trees do you think would make all this paper? And if we just have papers just tearing out and lying around, we have to get more trees. How do we get this paper? How do we get the trees to give us paper? Do we have to cut it down? When we cut down the trees, what happens to our atmosphere, to our environment? Right away again, we are doing a lesson. We are making them aware that there are relationships between things within our environment, our nature, and the climate. In a simple way, you're saying, hello, I can't really be going and tearing out paper and just throwing it down on the ground because the papers come from the trees. And if we have to cut down the trees, then what about the oxygen that we breathe? What about the environment in terms of the rainfall? There's a relationship here. So I'm saying that we've got to start the discourse somewhere. Let's look at a movie time. It doesn't always have to be based on literacy and numeracy. There are a lot of online movies about climate change and our environment. Every now and then, let's talk about it. We looked at a lovely movie just on Tuesday when we were dealing with climate change about a hummingbird who was there. There was a forest fire and everybody didn't know what to do. But a hummingbird was going back and forth, getting some water in its beak and trying to out the fire. And then they're like, what can you do? You're so small. It's just a little bit of water. But he said something that resonated, is that everyone has a part to play. And you sell this to your children all the time. That our environment, that climate change, your mommies and daddies and all of us have a part to play. But everybody has to do his or her part. Involve the parents. That is practicality. Mommy, daddy, we're going to do a recycling project. Can you bring something to our preschool? Put the children in groups. Put the parents in charge of different groups. Let them come up with their own ideas that is developmentally appropriate for them. All right? The point is that there are practical ways that we can do this, but we have to be able to start on this platform. That climate change, I think you spoke about it, it is real. It's not going to go away. We can't adopt a fatalistic attitude to it and say, well, in St. Vincent, they say, well, something got to kill you. We can't say that. We have to want to live and live with the best environment we can possibly have. I hope that answers your question.
Oh my goodness, it went beyond the question, and I think what you've done is just definitely piqued our curiosity or interest, and you've definitely shown us so many benefits. So one of the things that struck out to me first and foremost was your willingness to show connection and communication. And, me automatically thinking how you've managed to show climate and mindfulness and social emotional learning and how it involves cross-curricular projects and involvement. And I think that is just phenomenal because it does. It is not a standalone subject as we may think. It is something that we have to now incorporate into all aspects of our programs. In the numeracy, right? I remember we were planting some trees for Labor Day, and the directions were to space them out because the roots are going to grow, and if you plant them too close together, they will die, right? So we're involving numeracy. You're going outside, you're listening, you're smelling, you're tasting, you're hearing. That's mindfulness. That in and of itself calms our children down. Even just sharing information with them about climate and being able to talk softly. Do you ever talk to children softly? They actually listen. Like, everybody loves a secret. And you don't share a secret in your loud tone. You share a secret in a very quiet and soft voice. And everybody, especially in Jamaica, not just our children, but we love a secret. True or false? True, right? So, you automatically raised my awareness again when you said, what about introducing children to paper and trees? Plant your paper. Have you ever thought about that? We can plant our paper. Our government right now has a national tree planting initiative, and we have to plant 3 million trees in three years. And I think we're probably at about 2.7 million trees. We have 300,000 trees more to plant. I have not been updated with the stats since Labor Day, but we all have a role to play. Our children love cartridge paper. We love paper to draw, to color. Let's plant some trees. We also, as early childhood institutions, need shade for our playgrounds. I don't know about you, but I've been working a lot in the sun hot, and I look forward to a tree just for the breeze and the shade. Yet still I go to schools on a weekly basis and I see no trees, no shade, no breeze. That is not healthy, right? So I love everything you said. I love the profound story you shared about the hummingbird and the forest fire. Any practitioners from Kingston? Any practitioners from Kingston at all? Who remembers the fires we've had since the start of the year, right? Who remembers the Riverton City fires that we had a couple years ago and the implications of that, right? These are more aspects of climate change and our climate crisis that we haven't even brought to discuss today, right? But again, they consume and encompass a lot of what you said, Gwen. And I love your simple reminder that we all have a role to play in this. We can all play our part. But I wanted to tap back into something else with you. So you're from St. Vincent. And we know 2 years ago in 2021, St. Vincent had volcanic eruptions, right? Tell us what this was like. And I'm sorry to throw us off a little bit, but that's a major climate catastrophe. I want to hear what that was like and how you managed to help children. I know you may not have all been in school, but how did you manage to work and support and offer an understanding of what was taking place with your children? I know you've written books and everything, but please share with us what that was like.
Okay, thank you again. Well, yes, it was a traumatic experience for both adults and children. As I said before, people always have, they didn't really take the whole aspect of the volcano erupting really seriously. That's the first thing. But there was a lot of heat, unprecedented. The place was extremely hot. And what happened is that we were getting little tremors, but nobody really paid attention. Because we don't have a seismic research center in St. Vincent, it's in Trinidad. They do the monitoring for us. And then you heard the little whispers, Soufrière is going to erupt. Now you know rumors. It was said that it was going to erupt before, and it didn't. So was like the boy who said the wolf, until the wolf actually came. And so the morning when they're saying that the Soufrière was going to erupt at least about 3 o'clock, people were not really serious at first. It was a joke. But then when we felt the underground movement and the little earthquake started, the first time they called it, the Soufrière blew. And you saw the plume up into the sky. Then is when people started to get really scared. The children were traumatized. There was the red zone that was just underneath the Soufrière. Everybody had to be evacuated. Children were displaced. Schools had to be closed because the schools had to be used as shelters. Children, sometimes the parents were at one shelter, the children were at another shelter. And that is where we learned the connection between offering psychosocial support to children to deal with the stressors from traumatic events. This one was caused, obviously, by a disaster, climate change. So what had to happen is that there had to be a pulling together of all the ministries to help the children, the Ministry of Health, Social Development, Education, and a team had to be going around to the schools and shelters where the children were housed. The little ones, what they had to do is to use art therapy and play to get them to deal with what was happening because the children were traumatized. And so I know for sure, well, my son is working in social development. He had to go on the beach and take up whatever was in the environment, pieces of sticks, you know. He brought in shells and he went to schools and he says, okay, tell me how you feel. Some of the children, and this is important, took the paint. All they did was paint black. They didn't choose any other color. They just were painting black. There were some of them that tried to paint themselves. And you could see where it was something they were not really too happy about. They couldn't see their friends. And because of that, because there was that lack of socialization, they couldn't. So that when they finally got back into their preschools, it's like it was something new. They had to kind of like relearn how to socialize because it was for how many weeks? Some of them couldn't, their clothes was gone, everything. I want to say that we learned a lot through that.
Definitely, you would have.
And the whole aspect of being there for children, offering that support that says, you know, we understand your fears. Some of the children couldn't sleep because they were frightened, so afraid was going to come to get them. We had to use storytelling as a mechanism to help them to deal with the crisis, you know? So it was a terrible time for the children, but one of the things I must say is that children are very resilient.
They are. They are.
And once you put mechanisms in place to deal with it, they're going to bounce back. And that is what I'm saying. All of us, you have a role to play. I heard Rachel talking about the social emotional learning. You have a role to play in trying to establish that network that says we care.
And
let's do it together.
And that we can all play our parts individually and collectively. Thank you, Gwen. And I love how important it is. I value your stressing the connections, the multi-layered approach, the multi-ministerial approach. And these are things that we have to think of as Jamaican educators. For the most part, we don't love collaborating. You know, it's a school versus a school thing. If I share with you, you're going to get better than me. With climate action, we all have to work together. We all have to collaborate. You know those 4 C's that we talk about that drive a 21st century education? We have to now begin to epitomize that. We have to model the creativity, the collaboration, the critical thinking, and the communication. And we all have to remember that we have a role in it. So, Miss Gwen, we're going to task you with writing another book, this one on climate action. Jardine, you know, you represent the additional stakeholders that we need here as we concoct solutions, right? And by the way, your CV is impressive. And I love that you are a climate action advocate, and I'm grateful that you are with us today, and I'm happy that you are one of the closest persons in the room today to the 0 to 8 age group, right? So we welcome you. We're not thinking any differently, but we're welcoming your input, and we want to charge you with sharing what you may think of as some of the what I like to consider the low-hanging fruit as we seek to really get all on board in promoting climate consciousness and climate action. What do you feel some of these are?
Okay, so some low-hanging fruits that I believe that how everyone can be integrated into or start climate action is just looking around and seeing what's happening. I know that a lot of Jamaicans tend to have this mentality where if you don't feel it, not if you don't feel it, who feels it knows it. So if you don't directly feel something, you're oblivious to it. But that's not necessarily the case. We are. Oh, he's not hearing me? Oh. If we take the heat, for example, I mean, everyone should feel how hot it is in the daytime and how uncomfortable that makes us feel. Simple things like, let's say, food waste, let's use that, contributes to carbon dioxide and methane released in the atmosphere. So simple things like in the households, not wasting food, composting is good strategies to help. I'm trying to find the right word. Help to get started into climate action. Hold on, give me 1 second. So climate change is a global issue. I believe that if we also educate, education. Education, I'm so nervous. Excuse me. Let me focus. Let me calm and focus. So education. So in order to know about something, you have to be educated. I don't say Jamaica has a lot of, there's not really enough, I believe, promotion for climate change. I know that there was something called Nudity Up Jamaica, but I haven't seen anything as creative as that. Creative strategies like that and using jargon that Jamaicans are accustomed to is one way in which we can promote and bring about awareness of climate issues. 1 second again. Recycling projects. I know that certain times of the year we tend to go about having beach cleanups and take those bottles that we've picked up strewn across the beach and donate them to, let's say, Recycling Jamaica. I don't believe it's certain times of the year we practice recycling. I believe that can start in schools. Just having a little area in which students or children can drop their bottles. I know Gwen said, what was that word again? Bits of paper. Teachers can come up with some kind of creative strategy in terms of making a little jingle, in which we can say, hey, if you see a bottle, pick it up, throw it in a rubbish bin. Not rubbish bin, a recycling bin. They're also incorporating the families, beach cleanups. I know that we tend to have beach cleanups in the later part of the year, September, thereabout, but I think that we can, educators and teachers can draw in for the families and say, hey, we're going to have a beach cleanup. Instead of, let's say we're going to go to Dunn's River and go have fun. On that way, we can say, hey, families, let's have a beach cleanup. And let's say the family or group that picks up the most bottles wins a small token. Those are the ways in which I believe that we can bring about climate action. I know that, I'm trying to remember back in my early years, I know we had projects, like creating a solar system. I know Gwen talked about recycling projects. There are ways in which we can upcycle any materials in our households so that we, I believe that, let's say, one random month, there's a project, and we said that, hey, upcycle some sort of materials, metal, glass, bottles even, and the person who wins gets some type of reward. This type of action promotes environmental consciousness and sustainability. I don't want to turn to zero waste because I know that's not really sustainable for most persons in Jamaica, but I believe looking and trying our best to reduce our waste as much as possible can really get, do good in the long run. Okay, I don't want to say again. Does anyone have anyone worn, say, their family's clothing? It was handed down to you? Anyone in the audience?
Jamaicans are good with that.
Yes. So I know that clothing is actually a big contributor to water wastage and emissions. So just, let's say, recycling this shirt, handing down to someone there, saves us in the long run. So there's an initiative called Back Off the Rack, and they have monthly, what's that?
Almost like 15, events or
15
little events where you can go.
So just going to that with your child and say, hey, instead of you buying clothes for how much in dollars, saves in the long run and is positive environmental action.
Absolutely. I have a student who started something called Unicycle Jardine. He is now going off to university, but it's an effort to recycle uniforms and khaki. And it has taken off. He actually won, I think, some Prime Minister's a youth award for his involvement in it. His name is Reese Greenland, and it was very unexpected, but very, very meaningful. Jardine, you've shared and you've touched on so much interesting stuff. You've spoken about how we as Jamaicans connect with jargons, like no dirty up Jamaica. You know, Jen, and to our friends that are not from Jamaica, that is literally our way of saying, don't dirty up Jamaica. Don't litter, right? No dirty up Jamaica. And when you hear a phrase like that, you connect with it, because you repeat it. No dirty up Jamaica. Pick up the plastic bottle, put it in something. And I love that. We want to share what is happening. People don't understand climate, so they don't talk about it. They don't share it. They don't understand it enough to share about it. You know, and we want to get out of that habit. We want more reports on what is happening in climate. We want our teachers to share more with what they're doing in climate. It's up to us now to raise this consciousness, right? I love the fact that we're talking about food waste, and I'm going to invite Jen to say some stuff a little bit about that too. You know, simple things like composting. I'm sure many of us, hands up in the audience and online if you have a school garden. Hands up if you've ever done a compost, right? The children love sorting their garbage, you know. And you know what I've realized with children in my own schools? They love when you turn everything into a competition. So plastic bottle recycling was something that, yes, worked in my schools, but the minute I told families that we're going to give 1 point towards sports day for every bag that comes in with plastics, we didn't have enough trucks. Recycling partners didn't have enough trucks to pick up. It took days to collect from our site, right? You know, I'm in a community with the corner library, and we have a big cage. And I go there one day, and there's nothing in the recycling cage. This is about a month ago. And I said, hold on, where are all the plastics? And a lady came up to me and said, Rachel, don't you know that the infant school, Providence Heights Infant School, is doing a recycling project, and they're going to be rewarded? So everybody came and took out. And you know what that did? That drove families to be involved, right? So children carry information back to their families. We're talking about mindset change. We're talking about doing things differently. The best way to affect change in our adults and in our parents is to do it through the children. We underestimate the power they have in this, right? We have to just do it, right? And again, Jardine, thank you. Jen, we're going to move on to you. Jen, my sister friend. Now, Jen and I were together last year in September in New York for the UN's Transforming Ed Summit. And I know, Jen, you visited a number of schools through the NYC Department of Education. And I believe you continue to collaborate with them in terms of climate action education. Could you share with us, Jen, what we can now begin to do to drive collaboration towards promoting climate consciousness and climate education? I mean, if you want to talk about that, or if you want to jump into a presentation, if you have whatever you feel most comfortable with, you can definitely do that. But I know you come with a wealth of information and experience.
Thank you, Rachel. I just feel so incredibly honored to be here with you all today and sharing the stage in this virtual box that I'm in. Greetings to you all from Florida. I was hurrying to get a piece of paper as I listened to my fellow educators. And as Rachel said, my sister Rachel kicking us off. But I wanted to start by saying my thoughts are with any of you who have been enduring climate emergencies and continue to. So I thank you all for sharing the stories you did today. I'm continually learning, and from what we're knowing here in Florida as we're experiencing it as well, we have a lot of work to do. So some things that I wrote down before I share on some of the ideas that I've been learning about here with my work, but Gwen had inspired me with her ideas around this word environment. And my background is in education, starting with our youngest learners from a Montessori background. And so Maria Montessori, the environment, as Gwen said, is not just outdoors. It's the indoor environment. It's the air that we breathe in our classrooms. It is even the teacher. So a teacher is a part of a classroom environment, according to Maria Montessori. So applauding you all for being here today and to this great conference for prioritizing educators and professional development. I work with teachers in 153 countries. And in some countries, professional development is not even a thing. So the fact that we get to be together this week and talking about critical topics for our youngest learners, I'm so grateful to be a part of today. The words that I wrote down as I listened to our experts on the panel today. Words like awareness, consciousness, connections, stories, ideas. Now, I can tell you from my experience and my perspective, when I think of Jamaica, I think of storytelling. But you also said other words today like hot and heat. We know you in Jamaica for hot and heat as well. And then also music and joy. So the jingles that you talked about. I don't know this Bits of Paper song, but I do know Hot, Hot, Hot. And so I can relate to that. A jingle I heard, I'm working with a group of teachers around the world through US embassies. And a teacher this week was sharing, she's in Tanzania, and she said, green, green, we love green. And I thought, what a simple phrase, but it's so powerful. So that was my meeting on Tuesday. And so I found in almost every conversation I've been in this week that this idea of green, green, we love green continues to bubble up. And then here when we have this conversation around jingles. So it can be complex when we talk about this topic around climate change and climate action, but it also can be so simple, especially when we see it through the eyes of our children and a lot of these concepts that your experts who are with you in the room today have discussed. So at the end for me, it's all about action. That was another big word that I heard all of our panelists talking about. And today I have some slides to share with you on things we've been working on and curating in terms of action that I'd love to leave you with as you head off from this session, this conference, head back to your young learners and think about ways that you can engage them in this work of climate education. So I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully, Rachel, you all can see these slides. I caught a glimpse of me next to all of you on stage and I looked massive. So hopefully now I'm little and you can see the slides bigger, which is great. But I quickly, as you all were speaking, and I had this idea of Maria Montessori and her emphasis 120 years ago on our early learners. And we have to focus on our 3 to 6 year olds, our birth to age 8 students. And this quote from her, imagination does not become great until human beings, given the courage and the strength, use it to create. So this idea of creation and creativity. When I think of Jamaica, I hear the jingles, I think of joy, and I also think of creativity. And so these are the things we're going to need as we approach this crisis of our world. So I come from a background in literacy. I care about communication, listening, speaking, reading, writing, the stories that can be shared for power. And it wasn't until about 2015 that I moved from really the arts side of work around literacy into understanding the power of storytelling in this very scientific field of climate. And today, all of my work sits in these 3 areas that overlap and come together with a collision of action, but climate, action, and education. And so each day I get to talk to people who are living in a world of climate change and who are climate scientists and working on solutions and innovative ways that we can approach this work. I'm equally focused on education. And so many of the ideas I heard today, transforming education, using innovation, engaging our students to collaborate together. I have a specific interest in doing that with technology, which years ago, I would never have been able to be at a conference like this. So applause to your conference organizers for taking the risk on having people Zoom in. I know that's not always the easiest thing. But we set out to develop a coalition for action, having teachers come together to take action for our planet. As Maria Montessori said, the prioritization of creativity. We're going to need a lot of new ideas from our students. And as we all know, when we work with our youngest learners, they are ready to share those ideas. So we need to keep them thinking and creating and sharing. And then finally, which is a testament to a session like this, is adding back to that growing body of knowledge around climate action education. Because if you're in the room today and you have a panel on the stage, you are leading in the work around climate action education because it's being developed as we speak. So we need all of your voices and ideas. You have a great leader in the room who I have, because of technology, been really just so privileged to work with. So Rachel is a connector. She has enabled us to do so much in such a short period of time. We now have support with Minister Samuda from Jamaica. Jamaica is on a global stage. The world needs to hear your stories. You have ports with cruise ships coming in. You're feeling the effects of climate change every day. We have spaces for your students to share those stories and the voices and the jingles that we want other students from different parts of the world to hear. Before I get into the solutions that we've been seeing for early childhood and early years, I did want to point to the research. So this year we have been a part of 2 research studies, formal research studies, and one of them was around youth perspectives of transforming education. Rachel and so many of you in Jamaica have been able to participate in that survey. We had 36,000 students sharing, and those results have been shared with the United Nations. We'll continue that conversation in September. But we also are focused on teachers. So for me, I went so many years without really understanding my role in this work as an educator. Today, as I connected with the UN Sustainability Goals and the United Nations efforts around quality education with SDG 4, I now see that we all can be climate action educators. Every teacher, everywhere, no matter what grade level you work with or content area. And as Rachel mentioned, we had themes uncovered with this research with prioritization of professional development for our teachers, finding ways to come together around vocabulary. So we're all speaking that same language when we're talking about this work. The importance of policymakers, parents, community members. So this is going to be a united effort if we want to reach the UN goals by 2030, but also if we want to protect our planet and people. So I'm going to quickly go through 4 ideas that I would love to share with you on ways that if this is new for you and you're interested in starting to find ways to bring this conversation of climate consciousness and climate action to your students, the thing about early childhood is, and a lot of my panelists have said this today too, this is what we're already doing in our early childhood classrooms. We've been talking about life on land and life on water or underwater since we started teaching these children. So it's just making that next connection to them around action. So the first resource we have is in partnership with Lego. So I don't know about you all, but I've loved Legos since I was a child. My children love Legos. And a theme I heard also is playful learning. And so we have partnered with them on creating monthly playful learning mini missions around climate. So you see here some of them, they're very simple, and children can be invited to create not just with Lego bricks, but anything that they find in their natural environment of their classroom, of their outdoor environment. This is a classroom from India building a full sustainable community. We had a classroom in Italy create a sustainable city in Minecraft. And then this awesome little robot monster that is from Indonesia, an ocean waste monster that is friendly, saying, don't throw anything in the ocean. And then as our teachers are starting to use these mini missions, Lego then highlighting and spotlighting students and their ideas in this global forum. So we'd love to have you participate in these. If you're interested, you can connect with me or Rachel afterwards, and I can connect you with some of those free resources. The second is we have a book list for classrooms. And so we have engaged over 20 global educators to create a long list of books around climate change and environmental studies with picture books all the way up through adult learners. And so this is a free resource that I can share the link for this as well. We'd love to have you engage and help us grow the list. So that's available for you as well if you're getting started. The third is back to our UN Sustainable Development Goals. So we have 17 goals. These are your goals. We all have ownership over them. 17 goals that we as a world came together in 2015 to reach by the year 2030. We are halfway there, and we have a lot of work to do. These goals bind us. This is how I connected with Rachel and how I'm able to be with you today. So we have our very own goal in SDG 4. You see it there in brilliant red, quality education. You can make a roadmap all around the goals on what matters to you, leading for me from SDG 4 to what our conversation is today, SDG 13. And when I was working with the United Nations, UNESCO, UNICEF, and World's Largest Lesson, we started to understand that our youngest learners, we wanted to ensure could be a part of this work. So we set out to create 5 lessons, and I had the great honor of authoring these lessons for students called Explorers for the Goals. And we're thinking about topics like empathy, curiosity, problem solving, creativity, effective communication. We have all of the resources for you. They come with coloring sheets. We have stickers, certificates, and they are not really in need of any more resources other than the ones that you have right in your classrooms today. So we have one called Little Homes, where our students can start to think about how they can build a community. And then what happens if something like a flood comes in? What happens to that community when we need to move people if they're displaced? This is an example of one classroom in their little homes that they built. We Heart Our Planet, where we're trying to make a long connected string of hearts. And you can see this is one classroom, and you can go collect items from nature on the ground to decorate. Another theme today of the importance of art and creation. Creating peaceful paths. And that can be for people or for even insects. Safe passageway for people to get from one location to another, which is all around empathy. And then finally, I'd love to invite you all to join in our 6-week project coming up next fall. So 7 years ago, my co-founder, Koen Timmers in Belgium, and I said, what if we were to create a project for the world where teachers from everywhere could join together on this idea of climate action? And so teachers started to join. Today, we have, as I mentioned, over 150 countries represented. We have partnerships with ministries of education, ministries of environment. We have over 3.5 million teachers and students participating in this free project for action. So we'd love to have you join with us. It will kick off in September, and then we will conclude in November with our big day event, which is online for teachers and students. So everyone can join in. We have a newsletter, so you can get more information on everything that I shared today, but I will stop sharing and come back to you, Rachel, and the panel. These are just some quick ideas that I wanted to share with you as you get ready to go take action back in your classroom. And I applaud you all for the work you do and feel so honored to be a teacher today when I get to hear stories like the ones we've heard today. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Jen. Perfect. Jen, thank you so much for sharing with us. There is just so much to take from your conversations. I mean, literally from Maria Montessori, the mother of early childhood, to just how we can rely on technology to connect with each other and with amazing other educators like yourselves across the world, just to promote not only climate action, as you reminded us of, but SDG number 4, a quality education as well. I personally love the mini missions, and one of the things that I am absolutely passionate about and that Jen forgot to share with you is that the Climate Action Project that 6-week free project for teachers and educators across the world was recently acknowledged in January by the World Economic Forum as an Education 4.0 lighthouse. That's a big deal. So practitioners, wherever you are, if you're Jamaica-based or wherever you are, this is something that you can participate in, your colleagues can participate in, and I personally see it as just what you need to be doing this year. It's going to be on my list of activities to do, and it really ended last year with an amazing day, right? We were fortunate enough to have schools in Jamaica participate. Minister Samuda was also able to participate. So we are doing things, and what I really want to take from Jen's message is that support is there should you need it. There are opportunities for you to develop your skills as a climate action educator, because let's just face the facts. If we're going to tackle the climate crisis, we have to acknowledge our role as now a climate action educator. And that's what Jen and the organization Take Action Global is here to support us in doing. So Jen, kudos to you. And we have books that we want to add to that list, an amazing Jamaican book called I Can Do My Part. I'll talk with you later about it. But again, we just want to acknowledge you and acknowledge my amazing panelists for their participation. I got in trouble when I was in school always for talking, and the team from the ECC have begun to really look at me. So I want to officially just follow up with what Carrie-Ann had mentioned earlier and what was on our document. You know, addressing the climate crisis really and truly requires that a variety of stakeholders across sectors, as also Gwen had reminded us, not just limited to education, but policy and financing and just early childhood development on a whole really need to come together. And it's not a one man stands alone kind of thing. It's all of us working together towards promoting and ensuring that we are really beginning to drive sustainability. So I want to close off by saying that it has been great chatting with you and leading the conversation. And despite us starting off with sharing very scary realities, I feel very hopeful and optimistic about our purpose, or rather our renewed purpose. And I look forward to really seeing what we do when we get back into our spaces. So let me just share a few social media handles. If you're on Twitter, please follow Take Action Global. You can also search through the hashtag TakeActionEDU. Jennifer Williams is on Twitter. I believe her handle is Jennifer Williams. You will see a whole heap of other things come up like ICT, climate action, education, lots of other things. Do you have social media handles that you'd like to share? Skeeter, Gwen. Gwen, tell us how we can find you.
You'll find my books on Amazon.com. And you just go to Facebook, Gwen Cambridge. You'll find me.
Perfect.
Yeah.
We'll be following you, Gwen Cambridge. And Skeeter,
I'm going to be writing up.
not as yet. Please write up about it, and we look forward to sharing it. Jardine?
So you can follow me on Instagram at Jardane, Jerdayne. I highly recommend you follow the Jamaica Climate Change Youth Council at Our Footprint JA at Instagram and Our Footprint JA _ on Twitter.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And you can always follow me. I have so many different handles, but if you look for Rachel McDonald or Talks with Tia, you will see me. So again, I want to acknowledge the efforts of the early childhood.
We want to also take some questions.
Okay, we want to take some questions. My apologies.
Participants have any questions? Just raise your hand. Or make your way to the mic right there. Any comments? All right, so we have 2 questions from the chat. How do we sign up to be a part of this project?
The Climate Action Project?
Yes.
Okay, Jen, could you perhaps share a link? If you go to the Take Action Global's website, you should see a section. Let me see if I can find it. Jen will share it. So you're going to go to Take Action Global, and you should see a section that comes up with the Climate Action Project. One sec. Let me know if Jen gets it quicker than I do. Jen, were you able to share it or drop it? Perfect. So to our friends that are online, please look in the chat section of the Zoom link. You will see it. And I can share the link with you right now for those of you who are in the room, the Climate Action Project. And I want to just say that I really want us Caribbean teachers and Jamaican teachers to really represent this year, okay? Please, I'm going to be nagging you to participate. And believe me when I tell you it's worthwhile. Sorry, carry on, go ahead.
That's fine. So persons can also learn about the Climate Action Project from that website as well. Okay, do we have any questions from our panelists? Would you like to ask our audience, whether online and face-to-face, any questions? We have a few giveaways.
Anybody can tell me what is the name of the volcano in St. Vincent that erupted?
Here we have one right here.
There you go.
Perfect, we can give her a prize.
You want to come up? Rachel, you want to do the presentation?
Sure, I can. We have a goodie bag.
Ms. Stewart, you want to do us the honors to take the photo?
But I'm sure it will be worthwhile, and you can take it back and begin to use in your classroom. So thank you for your participation. Yay! Ready? Turn around first. Okay. Yay!
Do we have any more questions?
Well, perhaps tell us one thing that you're going to do when you go back into your space. Tell us one climate-friendly. Okay, we have one person right here. You raise your hand fast. Let's hear it.
All right, so for me, I just thought of adding to my...
To hear her, so the person online can also hear you.
Perfect.
All right, so for me, I just thought of adding to my action plan coming the next school term to do a beach cleanup as a school activity, a whole group activity to add to my little bit on climate change.
Does anybody else want to share their plans?
Can I add to that? So we talk a lot about beach cleanups in Jamaica, but do you know we have a lot of gullies and rivers that also leading to our seas? And I've been doing a lot of work with the gullies in Jamaica on a project called the Kingston Harbor Cleanup Project. And if anybody, I have never seen anybody do a gully cleanup, right? A river cleanup. The banks of the river, the banks of the gullies also have a lot of... You're from country. So yeah, man, we're grateful for you, and we want to give you a little token too. So with this poster, we know you will continue the conversations in your space, and we look forward to seeing what you do, and we look forward to your participation in a number of other climate-friendly activities that will drive consciousness. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. So from our persons online, we're getting very informative, interesting, and current topic.
Hold on, we have a few questions in the back.
Oh, can we get that?
My knowledge and my understanding that I get from this meeting, when I go back to St. Thomas, I would like to do a peace area where I tell my students about Peace Day, because, you know, some of the students, then when they come to school, they have a bad day at home, you know, and they will come and fight other children, bully them. So you will teach them how to be loved, kind to each other.
Definitely.
Yes.
Thank you for
Thank you for
sharing
that.
that. And we know that the goals are connected, so it's not one that stands alone. They all work together towards a better world for all by what year again? 2030. All right? Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any?
See, I wore the sneakers for a reason.
Good morning, everyone. I am delighted to be a part of this presentation. Why? More so, plant your paper. I am having a serious paper issue with my daughter. She keep on tearing the paper from the book. So when I heard plant your paper, that's sent off a light bulb in my head, because I'm going to tell her that she needs to plant her own paper. And then I never even look at it that we get the papers from the plant. So each time when you destroy your books, we are destroying the plants. So that really stands out in my mind. So I'm going to tell her that she needs to plant her paper. And not only for her alone, but for others who normally destroys the books. And then two, my next action plan will be recycling, where I love the whole competition where the persons who carry the most plastic bottles will be rewarded. So that is my next action plan for the next school term. So I'm delighted to be here today.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing.
Excellent. And remember to have recycling partners come and pick up for you, because let me tell you a secret, you get a stipend upon pickup, right? And that stipend helps you back in the operation of your school.
I am so glad that you mentioned that. I need a contact for the recycling, because I have been trying to start that in the schools that I've been a part of for a while. But getting someone to come in to actually collect the bottles has been an issue for me. So thank you very much. All right, no problem.
All righty. Any more questions? Okay, over to you, carry on.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. All right, so climate consciousness in the early childhood environment. So some highlights from the discussion, just looking how our educators can introduce climate change and environmental issues to young children. Simple strategies. Plant your paper, recycling, just consciously being aware and modeling the behavior, right? Allowing our children to become more aware, educating them, and ensuring that we incorporate these activities in our plans and policies, right? So we can plan for them to get them running. All right. I want to thank our panelists today. Very informative session. Our online persons would agree with me, and the face-to-face, right? Can we give a round of applause for our panelists? I have a few tokens for our panelists, right? So we want to thank you for being here with us today.
Yay, thank you. It's our pleasure. Yay.
Thank you very much.
So may I say something again?
Sure.
So again, we want to thank you, the team from the Early Childhood Commission, for spearheading this and for feeling so compelled to keep climate action as one of those very important tracks. And we also want to big up our tech team. Thank you, Phase 3.
Yes, thank
Thank you.
So climate action educators, that is what we want to see, right? Who we want to become. All right, who we have become. Climate action educators. Thank you so much. Please remember for face-to-face participants to complete the evaluation forms that are being circulated, as well as completing the registration form. For the online persons, please remember to complete the evaluation form using the link that has been placed in the chat. Thank you so much. We will move to our next session. Do as I do, and as I do, and as I say, educators' role in promoting healthy eating in children. So we start that session at 11. Persons can remain here if you wish to be a part of it, or take a break and return. Thank you so much.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app. That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. Receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The first 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the first 1,000-day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the first 1,000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1,000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1,000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1,000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track development.
Welcome back. Okay, so I hope we're ready for this session titled Lead by Example, Do as I Say and as I Do. Our presenter, Mrs. Semika Alexander Williamson, will discuss the school surrounding her discussion will surround the school's nutrition policy and the unique opportunity early childhood educators have in shaping the eating habits of children at this tender age by being role models, highlighting the significance of the types of foods that are introduced at this early age and the effects on growth and development, including aptitude to learn, as well as lowering the risk of developing NCDs later on in life. Recognizing that children are a vulnerable group and it is our duty to protect them, and this includes the foods where we offer them, which can either harm or help them. Mrs. Williamson is a graduate of the Immaculate Conception High School, the University of Technology Jamaica, where she pursued a BSc in dietetics and nutrition, and the University of the West Indies, Mona, where she completed her Masters of Public Health Studies with a focus on health management. With an innate passion for nutrition, health and wellness, and the way the body responds to food, she has been working for the past year as the Advocacy Officer for the Global Health Advocacy Project, working assiduously to advance policies including the sugar sweetener beverage tax, implementation of front of package warning labels, and the school nutrition policy in Jamaica. She has most recently joined the National Infant and Young Child Feeding Committee and works closely with the Early Childhood Commission to ensure the nutrition standards are paramount. She is an international board certificate lactation consultant and is through this role that she encourages proper nutrition from birth. She is the director of Cradle of Life Limited, as well as the Cradle of Life Foundation, where she continuously assists moms in need with items for breastfeeding moms and their newborns. Semika is happily married and is the proud mother of an intelligent 4-year-old son and expecting baby number 2. For our persons joining us online, please remember to type your questions and comments in the chat. For our face-to-face participants, you are also being asked to just hold your question until the end, and we'll take them after the discussion. Please help me welcome Mrs. Williams.
Good morning, everyone. You hungry? You do have, and I don't really want.
It's not lunchtime, that's it.
I don't really need a clapping, but I want to see that you guys are, alive and
projection.
Well. Good morning, everybody.
Thank
okay, I feed off people's energy, so if I don't feel like you're excited, I'm not going to feel excited when presenting. So, My topic for today is do as I say and as I do. I know that in a lot of the professions, whenever we're talking, especially any profession at all, they always say the carpenter has the worst furniture, or the shoemaker has the worst shoes, the doctor always smoking or have ill health. Well, today that's not what I want us to promote. Our parents always say, do what I say and not what I do. But today I want you to encourage you that these little eyes, these little minds are watching every single move that we make. And it is our responsibility to ensure that whatever they're looking at, it's something worth absorbing and replicating. So whenever we go in the school environment, whatever it is that we say and what we do, which includes what we eat, we want to make sure that it is modeling what we want our children to be emulating. All right? Now, I've just given you a quick background of the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, because I need to tell you about where I work. So we were formed as an NGO in 1971 by the Lions Club of Kingston. We're a member of the Inter-American Heart Foundation, the Framework Convention Alliance, the Healthy Caribbean Coalition, and the World Heart Federation and the NCD Alliance. The vision of the Heart Foundation is for Jamaicans to have a longer and better quality of life through the prevention and control of cardiovascular disease. So whatever it is that we do, we want to ensure that Jamaica will have control with relation to cardiovascular disease. So our mission is to promote a healthy lifestyle leading to the prevention of cardiovascular disease. And we do this through a number of activities. Screening, which is something that you do regularly before you actually get sick. So you want to know your numbers to be on top of things so that if something is out of whack, you know that you need to do something about it. We do advanced cardiac services, such as ECGs and stuff like that, blood pressure checks, stress tests. We do health education and training, so we do have a CPR department where we teach, most of you should know, we do first aid training and basic CPR training and basic life support. And the part that I'm a part of is health promotion and advocacy, where we go out and we talk to different groups, whether churches, schools, different organizations, about health, the way you eat and how it affects your body and how you can become better in making sure that you don't get any of the NCDs, which we'll look at. All right, so the Global Health Advocacy Project is what I'm a part of, and what we focus on is to increase public and policymaker awareness on the health impact of unhealthy foods and beverages. So these include foods that are high in sugar, saturated fat, trans fat, and sodium, and we want to build support for obesity and NCD prevention policies. So you'd have heard her mention in the introduction with relation to the school nutrition policy. So these are our 4 policy priorities. Anybody in here familiar with the Rosie ad, where we're talking about, are you drinking yourself sick? Remember that ad? Do you remember that ad? Yes, you remember that ad? Okay. Anything about the black octagonal warning labels? You remember anything about that front of package warning labels? Any of those ads? All right, so these are the 4 policy priorities. Front of package labeling, school nutrition policy, restriction of the marketing of unhealthy foods to children, and of course, sugar-sweetened beverage tax. And we have a number of partners, including the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica Moves. We have 12 NGO partners, including schools and the government. And our research partner is Caribbean Institute for Health Research. And these are just all the partners listed. We have to mention them because they help us to make our voice a little bit louder. All right, so what is an educator? How do I say this? I'm a product, no. Both of my parents were educators. So my mom, and I think she still does, my mom used to teach disabled children. And my dad also, for a point, he was an instructor at Abilities Foundation, where he instructed disabled adults how to do woodwork and carpentry. So both of my parents are educators. Both of my aunts are teachers. One was in the early childhood sector. So I am very much au fait with what it is like to be around educators. And I am indirectly because I'm not a teacher. I don't know how you guys go about defining it technically, but I indirectly am an educator. So I was, looking at Google. That's what we do these days. Back in the day, you'd have to go to the library, check out the encyclopedia, but I just went on Google and I typed in educator. And this is the definition that stuck with me. They promote individual growth and development by creating environments. I want you to keep that in mind. Creating environments in which students can cultivate their unique learning styles in settings that cater to their individual needs. So it's not just about, that motion of passing on information to another person, but you're creating an environment. So I want you to keep that in mind for the duration of this presentation. So what I want to do is I want to set the stage. I want you to understand what is happening in Jamaica. And I want you to understand that the role that you have within creating a healthy environment for these little children is not to be taken lightly. You have a very powerful opportunity within your hands. And this is what is happening in the Jamaican landscape. So 15,000, so when we think about the fact that our population is roughly 3 million, 15,000 Jamaican children who are under the age of 5 are overweight. 15,000 children. 1 in 10 adolescents, and I don't know which group adolescents are. You guys are more, you know which age group adolescents are. 1 in 10. So if we count, say for example, if there are 20 of us in this room, 2 are obese. 1 in 10 adolescents are obese. And 3 in 10 Jamaican children and adolescents are overweight. The last presentation I went to, somebody asked me what was the difference between overweight and obese. Overweight is just leading to obesity. So you're overweight before you become obese. Overweight is none of them is better than the other. You don't want to be any of them. And what I said is that we have to realize that all of us can be the same size, all of us can be the same weight, but you just have to know within yourself. If you don't feel good, and you know when you don't feel good, something is wrong. It's not just about how you look, but how you feel. Because I have to admit, all of us can be the same size. But you know when something is not right, and that's the purpose of screening. All right? So let's just look at some of the statistics. There's a whole heap of words on the slide, but I'm just going to make it plain and simple for you. So obesity and overweight continue to rise. So between 2000 to 2016, and we know so many things happened during that period, the proportion of overweight children between the ages of 5 to 19 years old rose from 1 in 10, which means if there are 20 people in the room, 2 out of the 20, to 1 in 5, which means if there are 20 people in the room, that's 4 out of the 20. So it doubled during that period. Because what happened within those 16 years? So many things happened within that time. We're not riding donkeys anymore, even though I think we stopped riding donkey way before 2000, don't it? But we're not doing what we used to do. We're not playing as many sports. I remember back when they were contemplating whether we must still have PE. More children are having those digital devices. They're watching TV, they're playing tablets, they're on their phone, they're not playing games. More of the, Chinese skip, dandishan, they're not doing that anymore. Even at my son's school, to this day, I'm shocked that why would they have a TV in the room, but I understand because when he's at home, he gets a lot. But the children need to be out there playing. We're not doing that anymore, right? Global obesity and overweight affect over 220 million children. This is worldwide, between the ages of 5 and 18. And in 10 years, so this was done in 2016, which means 10 years is 2026, which is 3 years from now. That 220 million is projected to rise to nearly 270 million. And in Jamaica, obesity is increasing for both boys and girls between the ages of 13 to 15, and this is almost doubling for boys. And that's what this diagram was telling you, right? So back in 2010, these were the numbers. So girls were at 6.7%, and in 2017, it went to 9.9%. Boys were at 5.3, and in 2017, it went to 10.3. And the reason why we have 2017 is because that was when the last Jamaica Health and Lifestyle Survey was done. That's 2017, we're in 2023. That's what, 6 years ago? And since then, we have had COVID-19, and COVID-19 led to many of us observing sedentary lifestyles. So I am I am positive, I'm not going to say I'm almost sure, I am positive that that number is much higher than what it was then, all right? So let's look at childhood obesity and what the burden is. So children who are overweight can lead to early onset type 2 diabetes, stigmatization, and depression. Just think about when you went to prep school, primary school, and just think about how the children that were chubby were teased. Just think about it. That has a psychological impact. I mean, we have a good sense of humor here in Jamaica, more or less, because anything happen to your one teeth missing, them call you one teeth. If you're darker than whatever, them call you black teeth, you know? But we have a good sense of humor. We have a fine line between bullying and teasing, but we have to be realistic. You do not know the psychological impact that this has on a child, right? So it can lead to type 2 diabetes, stigmatization, and depression. And we are talking so much about mental health these days. I remember probably last year I was talking to a pediatrician, and she was saying that a lot of these diseases, and she called them adulthood diseases, which means like your type 2 diabetes, your hypertension, fatty liver, and stuff like that. As a pediatrician, when she was going to school, she did not expect to see these diseases in her office. And she's now seeing these diseases in her office. She expected those things to be general practitioner things, and she's a pediatrician. And a strong predictor of adult obesity is childhood obesity, and this has serious health and economic consequences. So approximately 70%, and each time I do this presentation, it goes in between 70 to 80%. 70 to 80% of premature deaths that occur in adulthood are as a result of health-related behaviors that are initiated in childhood and adolescence. What does that mean? 70 to 80% of the deaths that occur, not crime and violence, dropping off a bike, all of those things, are as a result of lifestyle diseases. What are lifestyle diseases? High blood pressure, diabetes, some cancers, 70 to 80%, which means that we're killing ourselves, right? So if it is that we were supposed to take a preventative approach, meaning eat less of something or not eat something, drink more or less of something, we would be further along the way of preventing the deaths that are occurring as a result of the non-communicable diseases, all right? Childhood and adolescents overweight or obesity represent a significant risk for premature mortality, physical morbidity later in life, including all of these things, cardiovascular disease, asthma, and certain types of cancers. And when I talk about mortality and morbidity, people always come back to me and say, but something must kill me. That is true. Something must kill you. But what is the point of living to, let me be realistic. What is the point of living to 70, 80? Because we have so many people living to 80, 90 now. And you are not able to enjoy it. What is the purpose of having length of life and not quality of life? What is the purpose of it? So it doesn't make sense that you're sitting there living until you're 80, 90, 100, and somebody else has to be doing something for you. What's the point? I say to people all the while, if I'm ever supposed to end up in a hospital and you have to put me on life support, it better not cut the cord. It don't make any sense because you do not know the suffering that I'm going through in silence under there. Yes, your husband or your wife or your children hold on to you because you're there, but are you really there? So we want to promote quality of life over quantity of life. I prefer to live to 60, 70, and I can still hop, skip, and jump and enjoy myself, rather than live to 80, 90, and I don't have any use to myself. All right? So let's look at some of the problems. So we can all attest to the fact that foods high in these unhealthy fats, salt, added sugars, they are very popular and available because they are inexpensive, they are convenient, and they taste good. We just have to be real. Them taste good, so we buy them. So usually on a Sunday, when we used to cook our rice and peas and our chicken and whatever, what is happening on a Sunday? The lines, the drive-through lines are so long. We're not cooking anymore because who have time to do that, right? We have to be realistic. But we have to realize that they're often made with cheaper ingredients, such as your high-fat meat, your refined grains. Refined means that they take out a lot of the nutrients out of it, which is why we prefer the brown stuff over the white stuff, and I'm not being racist. And they have added sugar and fats instead of nutritious ingredients, such as your lean proteins, your whole grains, your fresh fruits, and your vegetables. And they are marketed at attractive prices. You cannot turn on your television or your radio or take up your smartphone without seeing at least one fast food ad. And I can tell you, I know this one popular fast food restaurant, no matter how them raise them price, them drive-through line ever full. Food policies have focused on the production of inexpensive, high volume, which leads to a complex network of farming, storage, transportation, all of these things that favor highly processed foods for maximum industry profit. So it's profit over people here. We're not business if we're eating foolishness. We just want to make sure so we're making a lot of it, people buying it fast, and money is being made. So we talked about the market saturation and the cost of the high. So the HFSS is foods high in fats, salts, and fats, sugars, and sodium. The next problem that we have is the marketing of these unhealthy foods to our children. So that is us, that is the children. Marketing. It's a very powerful marketing that happens with our children. They are being marketed to in every which way possible you can think of. And I beg to differ, it's because I'm a lactation consultant, so I'm a little bit biased, that the first marketing, and I'm going to be careful about how I say what I say next, but the first marketing of processed foods to children happens with formula. Yeah, you disagree or you agree? Agree. But who is the marketing targeted to at that point in time? The parents, because them say, give the baby this one because it have DHA, it have this and it will make your baby flip over and be genius, Einstein, and all these things. And a mother, let me not be biased, parents want what's best for their children. So once you're here going to make your children do all of these things, have to buy it, right? So that's the first way in which the child is being indirectly marketed to. So pervasive unhealthy food marketing to children is a significant risk factor for childhood obesity. When you go in the supermarket, especially month-end time, they have all these merchandisers and they're giving away all of these things. If you buy two of this, I remember when they were trying to get me to buy a Kisco. My son don't really eat Kisco. But they were trying to get me to buy a Kisco and they were going to give me a pencil case or whatever of the sort. But they know what to do to get you to buy the things, whether they're good or not for the children. So they're marketed at often attractive prices, and evidence shows that television advertising influences children's food preferences because when they see a character that they know, all the rage like Paw Patrol or Blaze or all of those lovely things that they're watching on TV, when that is affiliated with a food like a cereal or a snack, mommy, I want this. And you have to buy it because the child don't eat anything else. So might as well buy it because you have to eat something, right? And children, listen to this is important. Children are unable to discern the persuasive intent of marketing. They don't know what's happening. They don't know that they are being lured into this trap of unhealthy eating from so early. They don't know anything about that. The food tastes good, whether it's salt or it's sweet or it's fat, it tastes good. And we are the ones, as adults, that have to decipher whether or not this that they're going to consume is good for them. So this happens through a number of different things. Online advertising, we just leave the children to their own devices. So they have them tablet, them have the TV, and the whole of these ads pop up. Sponsorship. Sponsorship happens through the children programming, the advertising, through the community or school events, and through school meals. So a lot of times when they have the sports day, they have all of these mascots, and they have all of these manufacturing companies that donate all kind of different food items, because how do you know, when you go in the supermarket, how do you know that somebody has a child? Can you know that somebody has a child by looking at what is in their trolley? What is in the trolley? Snacks. What do you call snacks? Chips and box juice and the little Tetra packs and all of those things. That's how you know. You wouldn't know that I have a child, because those things don't go in my supermarket trolley at all. He doesn't need them. The most chips he will eat is banana chips and like the ripe plantain chips. And he doesn't eat potato chips or any of those, none of those things. So it always amazes me that when I go in the supermarket, I know that this person has a child because of what is in the trolley. And that shouldn't be the case. Why are we giving children those things? Because it's convenient, it's easy. You just have to open it and you just have to give them. You don't have to prepare anything, right? Product placement. A lot of these unhealthy foods, they tend to be lower on the shelf, so the children can see them. So they'll go and they say, oh, mommy, I want that. And then the healthy stuff are at the top. They're very strategic, you know. The promotions that we spoke about before, promotions using celebrities and entertainers. So a lot of the entertainers, their children gonna drink something. I can think of 2 drinks specifically that they do in Jamaica. And because that popular person has that, you want it to. Brand mascots and so on. So we just spoke about the marketing of unhealthy foods to children, and we'll get to the meat of the matter, an unhealthy school food environment. I'm not going to step on anybody's toes, but I just want you to do an introspection. I just want you to think about your school environment. What do you think happens in your school environment that is unhealthy, that directly influences children? Just think about it. You don't have to say it out loud. And I'm sure you can identify at least one thing. Schools are meant to provide a healthy environment for the youth's minds and bodies, because most days are spent and a large portion of the meals eaten are within the schools. So people are always, anytime I do presentations to schools or educators, they always say, but they don't have anything to do with us, it's the parents. Okay, I can agree, a large part has to do with the parents, but the children spend a large portion of their day at school. So the children are at school. My son is at school between 8 a.m. and 1 p.m. That's 5 hours. And if he's doing an activity, he's there probably until 2, 3 the latest. That's 7 hours. There are 24 hours in a day. They're sleeping for at least 8 hours. And the rest of the time, we're just getting them ready to go to school. And that's 5 days out of the week. They spend a large portion of their time at school. So the school food environment is important in creating what will be their diet. Yes or no? So it is an important source of food, whether it's going to be a school meal program, because you know the vulnerable children do get that benefit, even though they're planning to cut back on it. And when we provide and promote unhealthy foods within and around the school, so that means within the school, whether it is the concessionaires or whether the teachers having any sort of sale or what the children bring to school, as well as the vendors on the outside, all of that creates the school food environment. And unhealthy school food environments prevent children from making good eating decisions and learning healthy food habits. Because whatever they get at school, it must mean say good for them, because you know they reach this stage where teachers say anything teachers say. So if teacher eat this or teacher give me this or that's what I get at school, I need it. My son comes home and tells me that he needs this because what's his name? Tywin has that in his lunch kit. I don't care what Tywin has in his lunch kit. This is what I am giving you. So there's so much I can do and know more, because while I'm trying to control his environment from home, when he goes to school, there's a whole new world out there for him, and that's the school food environment. All right? So we spoke about 3 things. So this is the last thing. So while we as the adults are the ones that have to make the decisions for what the children eat, we have to be realistic. Do we know what is in our food? How many of us read the nutrition facts panel before we take up something to buy or eat? How many of us? Most of the time, that's 1 person. How many other persons? 2. Sometimes. right? Do you understand what is on the nutrition facts panel? So, they are not necessarily mandatory, so for a lot of the things that probably would be made locally, you'll realize that they don't. What is somewhat mandatory is to make sure that it has an ingredients list. But you don't necessarily have to have a nutrition facts panel, which puts us in somewhat the way of danger. It's not mandatory. But it's easier. We need an easier way, which is why we spoke about front of package warning labels, which are those black octagonal warning labels. I don't think I have anything there. That will just say high in sugar, high in fat, high in sodium, high in trans fat. So you have the whole heap of numbers on the back, but depending on what is happening, it will just put a big label on the front, and it makes it easier for you to make that decision. That's what we're lobbying for. Have a lot of pushback, but that's for another day. So I spoke about all of that background as to what is happening. Now, I saw this probably last year when we were preparing for a breakfast meeting, and this is talking about the rights of the child. The rights of the child are to be protected, to be educated, to be healthy, to be treated fairly, and to be heard. Now, what I just spoke about, when we give them foods that are high in sodium, fats, sugars, how many of these rights are we violating? Are they being protected? Are they being healthy? Are they being treated fairly? I'm not going to ask if they're being educated, because sometimes we ourselves don't even know what we're giving them. Right? So I'm not going to be unfair with that. And with relation to them being heard, yes, they are being heard, because that was on the TV and Taiwan have that, so we need to give them. But we are violating 1, 2, 3, at least 3 out of the 5 rights that the child has. And remember, we are uniquely positioned to be that example to make sure that the child has a healthy food environment. Remember, we have that role, They are in a vulnerable position, and we have the power that we should not take lightly. So I'm just going to carry it into the future as to what will happen if we continue down this path. So we are what we eat. We hear this all the time, right? So better nutrition is related to stronger immune systems, lower risk of the NCDs, and longer life. And action at the very start of human life offers the most cost-effective opportunities for preventative action. Prevention better than cure, we know that, right? Children's bodies are especially vulnerable to the same risk factors responsible for many of the NCDs that affect us as adults. So NCDs among children are already on the rise globally. So reducing exposure to these risk factors earlier in life will have a substantial impact on the future health of entire populations. In a nutshell, if we stop the foolishness from now, later on in life, we'll have less of these health complications that we're having. We need to start them from early. Because once that child reaches 4 or 5, their palate has already been influenced. Which is why it's that much harder for the children in primary or prep school to change their diet than the children that are in the early childhood sector. I tell people all the while that my son eats unflavored yogurt. Ever taste that, eh? It don't taste good. But he eats it because that's the only thing I've ever given to him. That's what he knows. He doesn't eat the yogurt with the color and the flavor, because I know that it's not good for him. I will eat it because I can control myself. But if him ever catch one of those containers and him taste how it's sweet, you think it's one him going to eat? Which is why I give him the unflavored yogurt, because I know that it's good for him. It has calcium, it has the probiotics, it's good for his digestive system, and it's not full of the sugars and all of those things. And I don't say, oh, it's not meant for children. Why is it not meant for children? Because it doesn't have the cartoon characters and the colors and everything. No, it's good for him. So that's what I give to him. When he sees my colorful yogurt, he said, that's not mine, because this one is his. So we have to start them from now. How old is he? He's 4. We have to start them from now. They don't know what is good for them. We have to tell them what is good for them. That's what our role is. So these are the short-term consequences. We spoke about this. Depression, anxiety, low self-esteem, and a series of behavioral disorders because them not eating the good things. So when the children have hyperactive and doing all of those things, and we give them the sweet juice, whether it is reduced sugar or not, it's still sweet. Their body cannot contain all of that sugar. So them running up and down and bouncing off the walls, and then we wonder what is wrong with them. We say them have ADHD, we need to send them to the psychologist. All of these things, while if we just did not give them the sugar in the first place, not saying that that's the problem with all of the children, but if we just did not give them the sugar in the first place, we could have prevented something, right? And more metabolic and cardiovascular risk factors. I told you about the pediatrician that's seen these adult diseases in her office. Short attention span. We all know about the niggeritis. It's not only the children that it affects. So whether or not they have a good breakfast, or depending on what they have for breakfast, and then they are in the classroom, it affects their ability to learn. And then the long-term impact, we spoke about it. Prevention is better than cure. And unhealthy children, likewise, healthy children, become healthy or unhealthy adults. All right, you're building up your immune system from early. I remember my colleague, her son is a dentist, and he said he was most shocked when a parent, the whole of the child's mouth was rotten teeth. Why? What did the parent do? They don't have any time to make breakfast, so them warm up Pepsi and give him for breakfast to bust the gas. Now, we know the effect soda has on your teeth. Can you imagine if you warm that up, how corrosive that must be? But I kid you not, I am almost sure that that parent did not know the harm that they were doing. Because we know, say, you give them ginger beer for bus, whatever. We are doing what is best within our capacity. It's not, we don't always intend for the child to be harmed. We really don't. We are doing what is best for the child in our capacity. But we have to be mindful. And I am sure that didn't happen with one warm-up Pepsi. That didn't happen with one. All right? All right, so this is it, what it is in a nutshell. So the short-term impacts, you have reduced impaired brain development, which in the long run impairs educational performance and productivity. There is poor growth and micronutrient deficiencies, which increase your risk of disease. And in the long run, it's decreased immunity and reduced work and income capacity. And in the end, it hampers national development. I remember this morning I was driving in the traffic and this lady did something awful to me. And I said, this is why we have so much indiscipline and unruly things happening. When I went to Immaculate, and for those of you who know Immaculate, we weren't allowed to walk on the grass, we couldn't walk through the front door, all sorts of things. And that's what happened to me in the traffic, just took me back to why they did what they did at school. Because you join line and you do these things so that you're able to follow rules. So that when you go out there in the real world, you are inclined to follow rules. Because what? Rules, even though they say rules are meant to be broken, rules protect us. Rules enable us to have a society or an environment that can be somewhat controlled. Because if everybody was doing what they wanted in their own time, in their own way, can you imagine what kind of society we would have, even though what is happening now is not the best, but yes. All right, so this is just it. We spoke about it. So poor dietary choices and childhood malnutrition is associated with chronic disease, poor mental health, and unfavorable health behaviors in adulthood. And it has serious long-term economic consequences, and these include higher healthcare expenditures. Again, prevention is better than cure for both cost and what is actually happening to you. Lower educational achievement, loss of productivity and lower earnings in adulthood, and an increased risk of poverty in life. Not saying all of this is connected to the food that we eat, but just think about it a little bit. So, this causes a burden on the health sector. The Jamaican economy is projected to lose over $77.1 billion between 2017 to 2032 in terms of direct treatment costs and indirect costs, which is loss of productivity. Because you're sick, you're not going to work, or you're not able to do what you should be able to do due to cardiovascular diseases and diabetes complications alone. $77.1 billion. Hence, wouldn't it be justified if policy interventions are put in place to invest in the control and prevention of obesity-related NCDs and challenges, So the local government can avoid significant direct costs and economic losses. So if we put in preventative measures, it will cost them much less than trying to treat with medication and loss of productivity. So we didn't get so I told you our 4 policy priorities. One of them was the sugar sweetened beverage tax. Minister said no new taxes, so that just put a dent in that priority that we had. But who's aware of the restriction of sugary drinks in schools? You guys were aware of that happening? How many of you were able to observe that within your schools? Yeah, you saw where there was a reduction. So even though we weren't able to get the tax, we were able to get some sort of reduction. So in, I think that is 2019, that would have started at the top. We started with 6 grams per 100 mil. And then in this year, it should have gone down to 4 grams. No, last year it should have gone down to 4 grams per 100 mil, and they held that for 2 years because of COVID. And then in this year, it should be down to 2.5 grams per 100 mil. And the reason why we did that is because of how our pallets are designed. So if we did just cut it down to 2.5 grams one time, we're not going to drink it. It's going to taste bad, and one whole heap of problem is going to happen. So we made a gradual reduction so that our pallets could adjust. We've been hearing mixed things about this. A lot of the manufacturers didn't want to reduce it because people weren't buying it and all sorts of things. But this was an attempt at us to try and reduce the amount of sugar that was in the drinks that we're consuming. And we did it in the schools. Anybody familiar with this? Anybody see it on the bus stops, in the newspaper, on the TV? No? Okay. So this is our Out of Our Schools campaign. And I think the next slide is a video. So you can just watch. If what I must press to make it play.
Did you know that many of my schoolmates have an unhealthy diet, especially at school? And now 23% of them are overweight and or obese? And so one less sugary drink at my school may mean one friend less, or 2 or 3, at risk of cavities or diabetes. And if we're served less foods high in saturated fats, sugar and sodium, it may reduce our risk of obesity, heart disease and high blood pressure. The solution is simple, right? Together, let's get unhealthy foods and beverages out of our schools.
A message from the Heart Foundation of Jamaica and partners.
So that was the purpose of the Out of Our Schools campaign. We're familiar with the school nutrition policy? No. All right. So what the school nutrition policy is a collaboration between the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the Ministry of Education to mandate a couple of things within the schools. Unfortunately, yes, the age group that is being targeted is between 3 to 18. And remember what I just said about the pallets, right? By the time them reach 3-4, them pallets already gone through the gate. But they're targeting the schools that have children between 3 and 18. It's better than nothing. So what the policy is a mandatory policy which includes standards for the foods provided in and around the schools. And it is to ensure that foods provided in the schools encourage dietary choices aligned with dietary guidelines, improving access to healthy foods in schools. And these are the different aspects that it looks at. The food service aspects, so food service modifications. You want to get healthier environments in the schools. And once you have healthier food options, then the long-term goal is the prevention or the reduction of obesity and NCD. So that's the purpose of the school nutrition policy. So the sugary drinks restriction is one of them. The marketing of unhealthy foods to children within the school environment is another one. And of course, we just want to make sure that whatever the children are taking to school or have access to at school are within a scope that is healthy for them. That's the purpose of the school nutrition policy. And I'm just going to say that because I realized that a good subsection of the population that's going to be affected by the school nutrition policy was not included, I'm in the process of doing a model schools project with the ECC so that we can do some of these things in the early childhood schools or the early childhood institutions. All right. So I have said this multiple times. While we have already been contaminated, us as the adults, and and we have to be in a state of undoing, we as caregivers are tasked with ensuring that our children have a healthy start. So we've gone through the gate already. We're not gonna, not saying all is lost, but we can't just get up overnight and decide that we don't want to drink the sweet stuff, we don't want to eat the salty stuff. But it is our responsibility to ensure that our children's rights are recognized. And we did go through all of those rights, right? So what can we do? Again, I'm biased because I'm a lactation consultant. But too many times have I heard from a lot of the parents that I speak with that once them start to go nursery, them stop breastfeed. Why? Because a lot of the persons that operate in the institutions don't know how to manage breast milk, or them say the breast milk can't full the baby belly and them need to start giving the baby formula, or there are no storage facilities for the breast milk. You can't stop me when I'm wrong, you know. Or the breast milk that they're sending is not enough. That is one portion. When them go back to work, that is a whole other ball game. Them can't keep up with the pumping and all of that. So it's a whole society that is affecting the continuation of breastfeeding. However, it's important to us as caregivers to encourage and support exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months, meaning children don't need anything but breast milk, no juice, no water, no tea, for 6 months. And then after 6 months now, you can introduce the other foods. And breastfeeding continues with its benefits up to 2 years and beyond. So this, of course, includes the proper handling and storage of breast milk at the ECIs. And I know within the nutrition standard, they talk about, there's an aspect that speaks towards the handling and storage of breast milk. Also, paced bottle feeding is a way in which you feed the children from the bottle, so you don't have the baby lying down flat and then the bottle upside down like this, draining down in the baby's mouth. You have to ensure that the nipples are not burst or torn or cut or whatever, because you want to make sure that the baby is not being overfed. That's in and of itself is a lesson. And please note, it's not all or nothing. So if the mother brings the breast milk and the breast milk is not enough, don't try to convince them that they must stop breastfeed. You can give a child both breast milk and formula. Both breast milk and formula can be mixed. So if at any point in time the breast milk short, you can add the formula. But try not to get the mom's mind away to say you reach the stage now where the pitney must stop get breast milk. 2 years and above, they can continue to get breast milk. It still has its benefits. We know what complementary feeding is. Once they reach 6, they can start to introduce stuff from the family pot. And from the family pot does not mean all of the snacks and the juice and all of those unhealthy things that we put in the trolley. It means things like your yam, your banana, your potato, your vegetables, your fruits. Those are the things that we want to introduce to the child. And they can still continue to get breast milk at this point in time, because the food is not the only thing. They can still get the vitamins from the breast milk. And you want to introduce age-appropriate foods. So these are some of the things that we look at. Feed them slowly and patiently. Encourage them to eat, but do not force them. You want to practice good hygiene and proper food handling. And you want to start at 6 months with small amounts, and then you increase as the child gets older. And then this is just a guideline of what to happen based on the age. So 2 to 3 meals per day when they're 6 to 8 months. 3 to 4 meals per day when they're 9 to 23 months. And you'll have 1 to 2 additional snacks. And when I say snacks, snacks can be a handful of vegetables, a half of a fruit. Snacks don't mean in a package, chips, crunchy, crinkle. Snacks just mean something in addition to what they're having. And snacks can be healthy. We've messed up the word snacks. And of course, you want to offer healthy foods. So healthy, nutritious foods, you want to start out with your vegetables, because vegetables have a blander taste. And you want to introduce your starches later. And of course, these can be crushed and softened using breast milk. And you want to give them natural juices and fruits with no sugar added, because if you do that from early, later on in life, when you give it to them, it won't be a shock to their palate. And then this is just one of the flyers that we have at the Heart Foundation that tells you how to teach your child to eat healthy. So we don't want you to give junk food as a reward. That's hard. I'm guilty of that. Ice cream is a reward at my house. But they don't want you to do it because then they feel like it's something out of bounds. So it's something that you must get. So you want it to be a regular part of the day. Not that you give them every day, but it's not something so exciting. You want to make sure that you don't have any devices, because when a device is on, you'll eat that much more than you actually should be consuming. You want to get them involved in food choices and preparing. When they help to prepare, they're more interested in the food. You don't want to force them to eat foods that they dislike. I mean, you can offer it more than once, but don't force them. I know that is one of our many childhood nightmares. Don't get up from around the table until you finish, yada, 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 and trust me, that has its own effects. You want to make sure that you have healthy snacks, like your fruits and your vegetables, and beverages like milk and water available. Make sure that the entire family eats together where possible. And you want to be a good example, which is what we've been speaking about for the beginning of the presentation. And of course, you want to explain to them why healthy eating matters. This is a little bit dark. I hope you can see it. But we spoke about this before, what is in your food. And it's important for everyone to be aware of what is in their food. So reading your food labels is a good way to know the amount of nutrients present in the food that we eat, and to be sure to choose foods that are healthy based on the content shown on the labels. So this is a general food label. And one of the most shocking things that always come up when I do these presentations is that when you take up your food label, the first thing that you need to look at is the serving size. And most of the drinks that we consume, it's not one serving in there. Miss, that has this bottle right here. Can you tell me how many servings are in the bottle? You see the top where it says servings? You know it says 20. What it say? No, man. At the top where you see the nutrition facts panel, up at the top you see where it says serving size. What it says? 20. See it here? Okay. So it's telling you that this is one serving. That's what it is telling you. Okay. It used to tell you that you see where it says one. It's usually one serving is 8, because when you're drinking is 8 ounces, so it's supposed to tell you 2. That's the first thing. So when you take up anything that you're drinking, you look how many servings are in there. And then everything else that is on the container, you multiply it by the amount of servings that are in it. And that includes the calories. So this says how many servings? It says 4 servings per container, and the serving size is 1 cup, but it has 4 servings in this container. Therefore, all of the numbers that are on this, you're going to multiply it by 4. And I'm going to ask her to tell me how much sugar is in that drink. It's just 1 serving, so it's fine. Tell me how many grams of sugar you see on it. Or what does it say? 35 grams? 35 grams of sugar? All right. So 35 grams of sugar, it's 5 teaspoons. That makes 1 gram. So 35 divided by 5 is 7. That's how many teaspoons of sugar is in that one bottle. Would you sit down and eat 7 teaspoons of sugar in one sitting? But that's what they're marketing to us as water substitute. And how many of us go to the cook shop and they ask you, raw veg or pasta? Pasta is not a substitute for raw veg. It's not. Pasta is carbohydrates and mayonnaise. Exactly, in addition to the rice. And God bless if them still put in the carrots and the peas or whatever they put in there. And then we wonder why we're sick. It's better them ask you raw veg or steamed veg, but not raw veg or pasta. It's not a substitute. And it's the same thing that they do with the water. I can't call brand names, but yes, right? So we have to be mindful of what it is that we're doing to our bodies. And when we do this to ourselves, we're going to do it to the children because we just do it, right? So we looked at all of this today. These are the challenges that we have. So we transition from the regular healthy stuff to the unhealthy stuff because it's just more convenient. The school food environments are unregulated, which is why we're trying to get the school nutrition policy. There's a whole heap of the foods high in fats, sugars, and salts that are on the market. Children are being marketed to in any way, shape, or form you can think of. And of course, the nutrition standards are unregulated. Last summer, we did a little research, informal research, where we wanted to see if the children were really being targeted by the marketing. So during the summer, when the children are at home, we looked at if there was an increase in the food ads. Long story short, yes, there were. And they were during like when they have this quiz shows and you know that's right, they were in those specific programs. And a lot of these food companies sponsor these quiz shows, the unhealthy food companies. And what is that saying? We must support them because they're supporting our children, right? That's all that it's saying. So we as the caregivers, we as the parents, we as the adults are being marketed to indirectly, but it's the children that are being affected. And the children are being affected now, but unhealthy children grow up to be unhealthy adults. So this is food for thought. So Foodie Moody is just a little thing that we came up with in the office, and we put it on our social media or Instagram. So I just want you to look at them, and I just want you to take food for thought. And this is just for you to remember your responsibility as caregivers in creating a healthy food environment for the children. Right now, I am there is a foundation, not going to call the name, and they are having a cake sale. And what they are promoting is health. And it's just what we know. I can't really blame, I can't blame us. It's just what we know. The easiest way to do a fundraising is to have a cake sale. We could have another sale. Every day I complain with my son's school. Look, we sell something else. Every week is ice cream or cookie or cake or sell something else, please. That's not what I want my son to have. And I see them start getting more creative now where they'll have like a toll because they're trying to raise money to do different stuff in the school. So if you drive a car or a van or whatever, depending on the size of your vehicle, you pay that amount of money. And I say, yes, I will support that. I don't want to buy no cake and sweetie and chocolate for my son. I don't want to do that. This is another one that we created, and this was almost inspired by the same warm-up Pepsi situation. It's funny, every time when I drive on Half a Tree Road going to work, I see the children drinking the soda for breakfast. And this is another one. So this one is, of course, talking about the vendors. The vendors are a big part of it because if it's not there, the children are not going to buy it. So just have to make the options available for them. And then this is another one. Because we want to look at it and we want to say one time is not bad, but it's not one time. It's not one time that it's happening. It's repeated. And the sugary stuff are very addictive. So if the child has it one time, they're going to want to have it multiple times. And then this is the last one. And we were speaking about it before in terms of the attention span with relation to the children and what it is that they have or do not have to eat. So all I'm imploring is that we support healthy foods in schools. What does this look like? It looks like high standards for school meal programs. So we know what the children are getting in the school meal programs. We want to lobby for better. We want to restrict the sale of junk food and sugary drinks in schools. We want to restrict the marketing of unhealthy foods on the school grounds. So this includes the mascots and the posters and the refrigerators that are branded. And we want to limit sales and marketing of unhealthy foods and drinks near the schools, which are the vendors on the outside. And that's my presentation.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Williamson. Awesome presentation. Do we have any questions? Do we have any questions? Any comments?
Yes, Mrs. Williamson, you are letting me feel as if I need to go now. I started ever so often in terms of not drinking sweet things for probably a day, and it goes over to a week, but then I stop again. I just want to say, though, you made mention of the school nutrition, I don't remember the...
Policy.
Not the policy, like the environment, what you... It is most important, because we might say we cannot control what the parents send to school, but at my school, we have a no cheese sticks and a no soda. That is a part of our nutrition plan. And if the child takes a soda, they are going to take it back home. So, yeah.
I know in some of the high schools, as I said, I think it's a little. I think we have come to the terminology of let children be children, and I think we have made it too loose. Cause yeah, let children be children, but unhealthy children become unhealthy adults, and practice makes perfect. Habits are hard to break. So okay, as a child, not gonna do him if him eat like ice cream, but it's continuous. It's not just one. So we really do have to be mindful of what we're allowing. And you're right. If you don't allow it in the schools, I remember when he started in K1 or pre-K, they said you have to send fruits, or you have to send, don't send so much juice, or send one juice and send one water or something. They need guidance. The parents need guidance too. So you need to let them know what they should do. Yeah, you're going to get a lot of backlash, but it's better for the children in the long run.
Just to comment, Nicolette McDonough Foster Alpha, we do use the Early Child Commission menu. We piloted it in 2012, and yes, as a new principal, it was a challenge. But then when you turn the babies into advocate, you're not bashing what is out there, you're telling them the ingredients and what does for you. I think we have gotten to the point where they upgraded the manual and a more variety was added. We have not strayed from that. I told them that we adapted that menu. That's the only menu we use. Challenges and drawback, food got very expensive, and we got very creative. We got tires, plant the crash crops, the tomato, introduced forage. Then we switched to water. What I liked about the menu, in drinking the water with the meal, the children adapted. They didn't like sweet things after a while. The parents had to adjust. We took them out to events where you had the cotton candy, the promoters, and they asked for water. No, they looked at us as if we were crazy. But NPL also does that. So the more we can encourage corporate Jamaica to, when you go out, have water, have my snacks, I do have sweets. It's dry raisins or dry prune or dry cranberry. You don't give them too much. But that's the reward. So they develop a habit for fruits. I like the fresh ones, so we planted grapes. All the students on the compound got grape. Almond. We are neglecting our traditional pomegranate. I know they fancy up the term. Tambourine. These are the trees that we should be planting on the school property if you have the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that.
For your comments, yes.
We have a question, Mrs. Williamson. All right. What does the teacher do when the parents are sending unhealthy foods for the children?
So my question to that person is, what do you do when the child is not behaving in class? What's the first thing that you do when the child is not behaving in class? You call the parent in. So one person said that they send it back. Fine, that's one thing. But they might think, it's the child just didn't eat it that day, so they'll continue sending it. But it might warrant just having a one-on-one with that parent. Look, we don't encourage this in the school because it's not healthy. Here are some other options that you can have. Or talk about it in your parent-teachers meetings. You have different ways, as you know, when a child is misbehaving, you know how to approach that parent. So it's gonna be individualized. It's not gonna be a broad brush approach. But you might just have to have a one-on-one talk with that parent. And it might just have to be a case where you have to carry the parents in one day and let them know that this is how you teach a child to eat healthy, or these are some of the things that we guide you in. Just like when you send out a book list and the child must carry all of these things to school, maybe you can send out a lunch kit list too. There are many ways in which you can approach it.
Well, yesterday we spoke about, in one of our sessions, we spoke about observing the children and documenting. So doing 5-minute observations of a particular child. So say if this parent keeps sending, we can monitor. That's a form of monitoring within the classroom setting, and then providing that feedback to our parents, so they are more aware of what is happening with their children and what now needs to happen to rectify that. All right, we have some very good comments, great comments from our online persons, very informative. They're appreciating the information that is being shared and saying eating habits are developed from early, and it is important to train up a child in the way they should go, so when they grow old, they will not depart, right? So we looked at several aspects as it relates to do as I do and as I say, looking at, is the school environment promoting unhealthy eating? Looking at simple ways that we can, become role models for our kids. Looking at how we can educate and support the children in healthy eating to meet daily nutritional requirements, and also encouraging them, the children and the toddlers, to, talking about healthy and unhealthy foods, having that discussion in class, involving children in creating a healthy menu, right? So we can do like a meal plan. Looking at building awareness, creating that awareness for our parents and for ourselves. A suggestion was putting on health and wellness fairs at school. That was a good idea. Sharing ideas of healthy food and snacks, creating our nutrition policies and our plans. This is also a requirement of the ECC, and ensuring that that is done. And we look at the impact of poor nutrition, the lack of concentration, and how it impairs the educational performance and productivity, the lifestyle illnesses that occurs, and the lack of energy within the classroom, decreased immunity. So remember, when we are eating the good food, the go foods, the healthy foods, it helps to build our immunity, helps us to create a resistance from all these illnesses, and the children won't be as sick as often. Just looking at how to teach the children to eat healthy. That is what we want to do as practitioners, right? As the resilient practitioners. We want to thank Mrs. Williamson for her very informative session today. Do we have any other comments or questions? No? All right, so that would be the end of this session. We thank you so much for participating. Thank you so much for our online participants. We will move into, on the program, it will be Discovering Nature in the Early Childhood Environments by Miss Rochelle Williams. So please join us back at 1. You may take a break for lunch, refresh yourselves, and return to track 2, Early Learning and Care. Thank you so much for being here.
Are interested in us coming to your school to do any talks or any training, if you have concerns in that area, want to ramp up the nutrition and the healthy school food environment, we're available. That's a part of our advocacy. Yeah, man, it's that right there. Yeah.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000-Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall. and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall. and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Welcome back. This is Track 2, Early Learning and Care. We now move into discovering nature in the early childhood environments. Our presenter is Miss Rochelle Williams. Miss Williams, let's get to know her. She is a passionate educator who has had academic training and for over 10 years, working in the field of early childhood education and development. She is currently employed as a full-time lecturer in the Department of Early Childhood Education at Shortwood Teachers College. She also works as an e-tutor for the University of the West Indies Open Campus on part-time basis. Ms. Williams holds a diploma in teaching early childhood education with honors from Shortwood Teachers College, a bachelor's of education in early childhood education first class honors from the University of the West Indies, and a master's of education curriculum development with distinction, also from the University of the West Indies. Ms. Williams has served as a program coordinator and facilitator for the Early Interactions Project and the Insights into Children's Temperament program, both housed at the University of the West Indies, Mona. She has also worked as a coach with the Barita Education Foundation, a charitable organization that develops the literacy and numeracy skills of EC teachers and their students from vulnerable communities in the Kingston metropolitan area. Through most of her studies surround academia, Ms. Williams is the CEO of Zara's Flowers and Decor, an event planning and decorating business. She holds a certificate in balloon art and floral design, as well as a certificate in event planning and management from the University College of the Commonwealth Caribbean. Ms. Williams believes that anything worth doing is worth doing well, and so ensures she delivers quality to her clients. Now, let's look at what the conversation will be like today. Discovering nature in early childhood environments. Nature provides countless opportunities for discovery, creativity, problem solving, and STEM education. Interacting with the natural environment allows children to learn by doing and experimenting with ideas. In nature, children think, question, and make hypotheses, thereby developing inquisitive minds. The presenter will provide insight on this topic and provide recommendations for best practices. Now, we ask that you hold your questions to the end of the presentation. For the persons joining us online, please type your questions and comments in the chat. Ms. Williams, I hand over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. How are we doing? Had a great lunch? Didn't have any? Okay. All right. It's nice to see your beautiful faces. I actually see a past college batchmate amongst the audience, and also one of my very own students in the mix. All right. So this afternoon, we're going to be looking at discovering nature in early childhood environments. And so, first of all, I'm going to be walking up and down. Secondly, I'm going to be calling on a few persons, whether you want to volunteer or I might pick on you to come up here. All right? So for this workshop, we're going to be looking at just reminding ourselves of the value of nature to children's holistic development. We're going to be exploring opportunities for inquiry-based learning through nature in the preschool curriculum. Inquiry-based learning or inquiry-based learning. And that is at the heart of what nature brings to the fore. And we are also going to be demonstrating some examples of how to integrate nature in some early childhood settings. All right, so first activity. I want you to think about your childhood. All right? Where did you enjoy playing as a child? Think about it. Don't answer yet. Just where? Location. So if it is home, where? At home. And then what activities did you engage in there? So wherever that place was. So go ahead, tell me, and I'll say it so everybody can hear. Okay, you enjoyed playing at home? Outside? Doing what? Ring games. Rundown and Stocky. All right. Ring games. Cricket. All right. Thank you. Do we have anybody else burning to share? Go ahead. I'll repeat so that for the benefit of those who are watching us online. Playing outside at the river. Swimming. All right, so she enjoyed going to the riverside, picking mangoes, climbing trees, and all of that. And when I think about this question too, I think about my very own childhood experiences. And man, on a Saturday especially, I love to set up Dolly House outside. Yes, and I remember using the leaves to make vegetables and making mud pie and mud cake and all the works. All right, we have someone else who wants to add. Let me hear your reflection. Go ahead. Thanks for your participation.
Hi guys, I am Stefan. So as a child, I enjoyed playing outside, sometimes indoors when it's raining. We play hide and seek, hide under the bed, in the barrel or somewhere thereabouts. Outside, we used to go to the gully. Down in the bushes, we had a bunker skate where there are palm trees and bamboo trees, and we had the bunkers, big bunkers, and we usually slide off the hill and come back up and go down again. Sometimes 3 of us on it. Sometimes when we reach home, our clothes messy and a lot of grass and stuff in our, what we didn't mind. Even if we itch when we are going to bed, we never mind. And there are times when we go and we go fruit hunting because we have a lot of fruits. Guava, we could be hungry. So we didn't even go home for anything to eat. We stay in the bushes, right, and we enjoyed ourselves. And sometimes we play shop or dolly house. We use the leaves as money, or sometimes we take broom and we on the broom and say it's the taxi and we drive in the broom. We did a lot of stuff outside, so I enjoyed playing outside.
Thank you so much for sharing. And we have one more person. I love it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, as a child, I used to play like gigs and marble and football, ride skate and all those stuff. And I used to play indoor to when you roast a corn and you say, sip sail, how many man on board? And you win the next person. If it's a 3, then they have to give you, and you actually eat out the next person corn, and then, when you're belly full, they are still hungry. And also we go to the river, and I could not swim. One time, one of my friends nearly let me drown. So from that, I didn't like river anymore. Yes.
All right, thank you. And we welcome, we welcome the persons watching us online to type your experiences in the chat as well. Thank you. We are encouraging the participation. Welcome to those just joining. We're doing a little reflection and thinking about the times when we were younger and some of the things we enjoyed doing. And for me, it really does bring back a nostalgic feeling when I think about the things I used to do outdoors. So my question to you is, as teachers, as practitioners, do you believe the students in your care are being provided with same or similar experiences? If not, how can you ensure that they get similar experiences? Is there room in the curriculum to facilitate this? All right. Sounds like we are in one accord. All right. So one of the objectives I told you earlier was that we would just underscore the fact that nature is important towards children's holistic development. Kellert 2005 said that nature is important intellectually, emotionally, socially, spiritually, and physically. Think back at your childhood and how those experiences particularly, and I love, it's quite interesting. As I prepared for this presentation, I randomly asked 2 adults, and their fondest memories were outdoor play as well. Quite interesting. All right. And outdoor play provides opportunity for exploration in nature. As one of the participants shared, there were mango trees and she played shop with money and all these things and such. All right. Nature provides opportunities for discovery. We saw creativity coming out in that example of using the money to turn the leaves to turn into money. Just one small example of the ways in which children are creative as they use things within their environment. Nature provides opportunities for problem solving. And another thing that we have been hearing about from, I'm sure of that, from you started this PDI, STEM, STEAM, STREAM. Yes, STEM, STEAM, STREAM. And we know what they are by now, eh? All right. No? Somebody said no? I welcome the parents. Welcome, 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 welcome. It's nice to have that mix. And the microphone. All right, so someone who has attended one of the sessions, just tell us quickly in a sentence or 2 what you remember about STREAM. I tell you that my session is a talking session and interactive one, Well, they booked me for a workshop, so I came here to do a workshop and not just talk. So, go ahead. STREAM? No one? Or your previous knowledge? All right, hold.
Okay. All right, let me Help me, no Clover. All right. Stream. STREAM. S. Science. Okay, and that in that session, you'll learn how to incorporate the sciences in the curriculum, in the classroom, the teachers, all right, and the T, technology, and how we incorporate, how we can use the technology. And there was something important there. A lot of persons don't have the technology at school, but most parents have the smartphone and their phone with the WhatsApp. And somebody said, okay, the teacher can send the work to the WhatsApp, and the parents could help the children to do the homework and so on and so forth. So nobody left behind. Reading is for reading, and the different ways they bring out reading, picture reading, and picture discussion. Because, you know, as early childhood teachers, we know we start the reading with the picture reading and let them tell them like a story, you know, and, you know, they can make up some real good ones. Yeah. And the engineering now. So people say engineering? Okay, so you use the Play-Doh, and like, for instance, you're doing the plant, then they would make the plant, they would make the garden, and they would put things together using the Play-Doh and other stuff. The arts, because, all right, when I finish, you add to it, please. Art, no, because we know not everybody is going to do the books, and, you know, and you have some children, you know, you see Oliver and all of these people and Johnny and whatever, and they're earning from it. Because some people are just naturally talented that way. So we are learning how to allow the children to role play. Very important. And then we go to the mathematics. And we think, old school, we think that the mathematics is adding 1 and 1 make 2. But then again, you must bring in the puzzle. Because the presenter pointed out that one of the problems we are having when the children get bigger, we didn't develop their problem-solving skills. So we must get the puzzles to bring out the math and so on, and the critical thinking. Okay.
Thank you so much. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. We'll come back to you after Miss Mommy, okay? Yes. All right. Thank you so much. All right. So we know what is STEM, STEAM, STREAM. All right? And so I just want to highlight when we think about nature, and I want to contextualize the presentation. So some of what I'm going to be sharing with you is going to be just really reminding us the fact that we can go on the outside, on the outdoors, to facilitate certain themes, concepts, and so on. And also, I want you to recognize through this presentation that there are things within nature that can be taken into the classroom to help you in and help the children, help the students in understanding particular concepts and a whole lot of things that we're going to get into. All right? So here are just a few objects that we can find outside, and I'm sure you know many more, right? We see, and I have some examples here. Yes, I got this in Jamaica. Pine cones. I always buy my pine cones at the forestry department in December for my Christmas tree. There's like a $300 for a pack of nuff, right? Many students, they've never seen this before. This is grown in Jamaica, right? Many students have never seen it before. You have shells, right? A variety of shells you can use. Twigs, stones, leaves, you name it. Where's the pointer thing? Let's see if this. Yes. Who knows this thing? Yeah, we call it a shaker. I'm trying to remember. I think it comes from the poinciana tree. I think so. Not sure. And then this is your almond, right? Right. And of course, when we select these materials for classrooms, we have to bear in mind what is developmentally appropriate, right? So you have to think about your students, their age and stage of development to know what parts are actually suitable to be incorporated in your learning atmosphere. All right, I could substitute STEM here for STEAM stream. All right, at what age do you think it's important to start teaching STEAM or STEM education or STEAM education? Now, why am I going in this direction? Just a little bit, all right? Just to underscore the fact that through nature, it provides bountiful opportunities for students to engage in STEAM or STEAM or STEM. All right? So, what age do you think it's appropriate? Early childhood years. 3 years? 2? All right. Now I'm going to show you some images, and they mean a lot to me because I'm sharing with you my daughter. All right? And I'm sharing with you her development from birth, somewhere maybe about 6 months, to about 2 years, engaged in nature play. So let's have a look. Oh, I forgot I had this slide. All right, so engaging children in STEM education can help to tap into their natural and innate curiosity about the living world. We already know that young children are curious, and how they learn about their environment is through exploration. All right, so we should allow them this opportunity to explore. All right, so let's look. Birth to 18 months, and I want to really highlight here what I have done is I've selected some learning outcomes, just random ones from the curriculum, just to show you that it is in fact practical. So let's say you work in a nursery setting or so, you can see how it is that you can incorporate nature, play into your learning environment. So we all know this, birth to 6 months, children explore things by tasting them, touching them, right? 6 to 12 months, right? They study objects intensely. At 6 to 12 months, they begin to analyze objects. They squeeze it, they touch it, all of that. 12 to 18 months, they become more coordinated in the use of their hands. Perhaps they can multitask, have one object in the other hand and another object in the other hand and perform various tasks. All right? And then 18 to 24 months, they become more adventurous in their explorations. They sort objects by at least one characteristic, such as size, color, shape, just 18 to 24 months. And they show interest in texture, shapes, size, color of objects. As I said, these are just some random learning objectives that have been selected from the curriculum to really remind us how we can incorporate nature as young as birth. So that's for mummies. All right, so here, at the time when I took these images, I never knew I would be using them for a presentation. But I call myself teacher, mommy, teacher, researcher. So I'm sharing with you some images. So here's my daughter, and she's exploring a leaf. We were in the country, and she saw this thing, fascinated by it, allow her to feel it. She's feeling the texture. She's beginning to make connections, perhaps, in her head. I don't know what's going on in her head. But through the adult, now the role of the adult in the learning atmosphere, or in the environment, I could say, talking about the leaf. Oh, this is a leaf. It's big. It shapes funny. All right? And you encourage. Now, when I look at this image, the breadfruit, I can't imagine what this would look like in a classroom if you had this for older children with a magnifying glass or lens and really looking at it, right? And there are so many activities that could come from just looking at the structure of this breadfruit. I see art coming out of it. Yes? Texture, shapes, colors, so many things. All right? Size, so many learning opportunities from a breadfruit. You thought about that? From a breadfruit. All right? At her age, at the time, she was more so interested in how it felt. And she even wanted to put it in her mouth. Yes. But again, we have to know what's appropriate, right? All right, so here we go again. Another image. And we're seeing stream. Here she's exploring in the sun, making, well, at the time, not sandcastles yet, just really scooping and pouring. And at the time, you, as a facilitator, as a teacher, as a parent, could be encouraging language through talking about, oh, empty, full, you filled up the cup. Let's pour it out, right? That's language development. And then this now, sharing with you just a random day, I was cooking and the onion fell. And she was just absolutely fascinated by it. And I allowed her to hold it, smell it. She tried to bite it, right? Nature. All of this is nature. All right, let's see how development going on here. See science coming out. Here, these are ice cubes. She recognized that, oh, if I touch it, it cramps my hand. It feels weird. So you're teaching her the word cold and so on, right? And it's wet. And then she eventually realized that it disappeared because it melted. All right, again, nature provided so many useful opportunities for science integration, math, art, you name it. All right, again, here's another image. Water play. Now, water play is another very rich experience from birth, 2 years old, up, right? And there's a theme in the curriculum that you can also encourage, not just tell them about water, but have them experience it. All right? Sorry. So this would be activity 2, really, because I gave you 1 to reflect. Why is it important to encourage nature learning from as early as infancy? I want you to think about that. And what are the implications for future learning and development? Anybody brave enough to answer one of those questions? You can also type in the chat. Why is it important to encourage nature learning from as early as infancy, as you saw in the images before? All right. Go ahead, Mommy.
Well, for me, it is important from a tender age because it helps to develop the children's stimuli, right? when they touch things, how it feels, the difference between it. From a tender age, what if when they go out in nature, something should sting them? They will know that it is dangerous. They will remember it when they get older, that this had stung me, I should not touch it. Or they touch something that's hot, something that's cold, they know that this is danger, right? So it does play an important role in growing up, and also it develops them in a creative way. They know the difference between rough and smooth. So even when they're doing arts and craft at school, teacher will tell them, get something that's rough. They will know what is rough, what is smooth, or what is pointed. Right? Nature helps to teach them a lot. It helps them to have a calm mind. They will know to go outside, look at the butterflies, listen to the birds. When they get miserable, they know that nature brings out that calm and peace in them.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And we have someone way at the back. She wants to share in the conversation.
Good afternoon. Okay, nature, to allow the children to go out there, it helps them to explore, and it also helps them to, through curiosity, they will, get their own answers in their own way. So it's like, allowing them out there to be their own self,
That's brilliant. Thank you so much. Very profound statement there. Thank you. And if I should add my 2 cents to this question, when I think about my daughter, she's now almost 3. She absolutely loves outdoors, because from infancy, every day we had outdoor time, whether it's in the stroller or just walking, touching, naming the plants. And I mean, trust me, this sounds trivial, but I've worked in several programs, projects, and I visited nursery settings, and children are left in cribs for too long. I mean, we're preaching this and we're preaching this and we're preaching this for too long, right? So it can start from early as infancy, having them outside and taking the nature inside to them as well, things from the environment inside. And as our participants said at the back, it really encourages them to be critical thinkers from a very early age. And we keep on saying that this is lacking in society. We keep saying it, but what are we doing about it? Are we providing opportunities for children through loose parts from nature to be creative? And let's see how we can really do this. We're going to do a little activity. Okay.
We have a comment from our online participants. So Ophelia Watson is saying, nature is our main determinant for success or failure in life, and thus from infancy they should be exposed to things of nature. Right? So awesome. It is very important to start stimulating the child's mind from early on. It helps with brain development.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so quickly running through 2 to 3 years. And here I have selected some outcomes under the, some objectives under the learning outcomes, 6 of them. Wellness, manipulate objects with hands and fingers. And this is throughout the term that I selected them randomly. Intellectual empowerment, discriminate some smells, texture, shapes, colors from others. Many times we say we don't have the resources. We keep saying it, we don't have the things. How about having some almonds to distinguish the sizes or the colors? How about using leaves? How about using shells, whatever you can find in the environment. Enjoy make-believe play. Yes. Respect for self. Show pride in developing independence as they work through, and we're going to demonstrate, creating something, problem solving, using their critical thinking skills. They start to have a sense of pride. I did it. Me did it. Me do it. Look what I did, right? And we want them to be confident learners. You see, all of this lays the foundation for their success in later years. Demonstrate confidence and take risks if encouraged. For example, they're building a tower using sticks. It's a risk. Should I put this stick up here or should I not put it here? You understand? Identify objects by words and gestures, and that's just really through the exposure of the various materials that you would provide in the environment. At 3, again, wellness. Show interest in exploring and expressing preferences. Example, how things look, smell, sound, feel, taste. Intellectual empowerment. Enjoy a variety of materials through textures, colors, surfaces, through art and craft experiences. All of this is from the curriculum. Continue to enjoy expressive activities, valuing culture. Why am I highlighting this? I'm reminding us that all these things can be found in the curriculum, and all these things can be achieved through things you have lying outside, taking them outside, and all of that, exploring nature. That's what all of this is about, nature. Back to basics. All right? Respect for self. Continue to express interest, explore and show appreciation for nature and the environment. Begin to use and express self through a variety of media, in music, arts, craft. Effective communication, increase vocabulary, recognize and name additional objects, people, places, and their environment. All right, here we go again. Remember, I'm using her as teaching tool. So, here, at its best, this is not a magnifying glass or lens. You know what it is? Mastrino, yes. And I just saw her randomly, she took up the strainer, and she said she was looking for bugs. All right? Now, just imagine you looking at animals in the curriculum and going outside. I'm not sure if you have these fancy things. Just last week, I was with a group of teachers in Turks and Caicos Islands, and they were presenting an activity, and they created a pretend magnifying glass through plastic and some whole heap of things. Well, it never really magnified, but, you get the gist of it. It made them feel like little scientists, you understand? And that's what we want to encourage. And so here's my daughter now using problem-solving skill, critical thinking, to create this magnifying glass and looking for bugs or whatever she said she was looking for. All right? All right, here we go again. Earlier we spoke about how outdoors provided opportunities for us to play dollhouse, shop, and all of that. Now, you think you could take this experience to the classroom? Yes. Are you doing it? All right, I love that. So I'm preaching to the converted. All right, so my daughter told me to take her kitchen set outside. I tell her she loves outdoors. And she said she was making a cake. Remember before we saw an objective about talking about pretend play? And through pretend or imaginative play, you can use things in nature. And imagine if I gave her water, I'm sure she would be in heaven making, I didn't want the mud that day. Right? But there she was baking and so on. And this is something, we remember what it did for us as children. And so we definitely can bring it to our students, bring it to our children too, and let them have these same experiences. Our children are sitting too long on their devices, right? And they're not getting the opportunity. We keep saying, you know, when they reach to PEP, and when they reach to high school, and when they reach to college, our students aren't thinking critically. They lack critical thinking skills. But what have we really been doing about it? And it really starts from infancy, having them explore nature, having them use these loose parts to put together things in imaginative and creative ways, right? And we see this coming out. All right, here we saw an objective earlier where they begin to appreciate nature. So let's say in your classrooms, nature in the early childhood environment. That's what this track is, right? And or this workshop is about. So I do hope all of you even have 2 little pots or something in your classrooms, plants. I mean, you might not have a fancy garden at your school or something, but some representation of plants to help the children to learn how to care for the plant. All right? And I could even stretch it to animals too. Now, when they learn to care for a plant, they learn how to be altruistic, right? They learn how to show empathy and care for others. So it's not just about watering and just leaving it there, you know. It does far more for their social and emotional development than you could ever imagine. All right. So, nature and the curriculum. These are just a few. I just randomly picked. Themes for 2 and 3-year-olds that encourage exploration of nature. So let's think about it. Far too often, and I do hope no one here is guilty of this, going into a classroom and teacher has picture of, a flower, you know. All right, some flowers are big and some flowers are small, okay, boys and girls? Some are big, some are small. I say, never use a picture or an image if you can get the real thing. So the real thing first, concrete first, right? So do your research, because I've been to classrooms and see poisonous plants in classrooms, right? Do your research. Know which plants are safe and unsafe. Pick some flowers, or better yet, have the students go on a nature walk if you have the capacity to. If not, you could give them homework. Technology now, the tea in the stream, have their parents take pictures of plants in their environment, and if you have the wherewithal, you project them, yes, in your class, and you encourage your children now to talk about the pictures. This one is at my home, teacher. This is my purple flowers at my home. And you know, you talk and language development happening right there. Don't it? Someone at the back wants to share. A second. We're coming with the microphone.
Okay, what I strongly believe in with my 2-year-olds, I don't really like to only show them the images. So for example, when we were doing birds, I asked the parents nicely to bring me a real bird in the cage, and I took them outside. And, you know, I show them that it's not just a bird as an image, but the bird is also a living thing. It eats, you know, it have life just like us. So in the mornings, they would feed the bird, give the bird water. You know, it makes them more excited. So Excellent. That's how I do my activities.
Excellent. Exactly. So once we can bring the concrete experience to the children, we do that. All right? Very important. So One more comment, and then we proceed. I love the sharing.
Okay. Technology, and realize some of the teachers, we are getting so smart with technology. We just come in the classroom, take out the phone or the tablet, and we just tap on the thing, and the children look on it, and then we just stop, put it on, take it off again and put it down. I like the nature in the classroom, because everybody's saying technology, so they just come now and they tap on the technology, and when they're ready to go on social media, just tap it off and go on social media, and then it's out of the children's view. So the nature going out or bringing it into the classroom, very good. And I believe, no, I should even say that part here when you finish.
All right, thank you. So, and we could go on. We spoke about flowers. Participant at the back, she shared about birds, animals. You know, once you have the capacity to, take them outdoors to explore nature. All right? And don't just take them to the zoo. All right? Don't just take them there just to take them there. But have some follow-up activities. Take pictures of the animals. After the field trip, you talk about what you saw. You classify and you group the pictures. Maybe those animals that look the same, those animals that are brown, those animals that fly, those you know, whatever, you name it, right? And so what they have been learning, maybe through videos during the time, they can now apply it in a real life context. All right, so don't just take them to Hope Zoo and then leave it there. But you have to do follow-up activities, all right? And for the 3-year-olds, whether it's foods, animals, water, you can take them outside into these environments. You can have them explore fruit trees, pick fruits, whatever it is. Take fruits into the environment, cut them in half, look at the seeds, right? Because, I mean, we tell them, oh, some plants have fruits and fruits have seeds, but maybe we bring the mango seed by itself, the orange seed by itself, yes? But are they seeing the seed in the fruit? Are they describing it, right? Are we bringing out the little explorers that's within them? All right, so kind of chopped off, but let's see if we can get it done. All right, so I have some materials up here. All right, and I want you to think about it. So let's start with the first one, 2-year-olds, birds. And this is a content from the curriculum, directly pulled. You do know that the curriculum is a guide. You do not follow it slavishly, right? You can add or subtract relevant information. Right? You need to do your research as well. Many birds live and make their nests in trees. Birds' nests are made from grass and twigs. Some birds' nests are big and some are small. I'd like a volunteer just to come up here. I have some materials up here to tell us what activity you could design for your 2-year-old, pulling any element from that content, any element. So let me tell you what I have up here so you can start thinking. Telling you everything that's up here. I wish I could bring more, but I couldn't bother with the, you know, couldn't manage. So I have shells, pine cones, twigs, stones. This is the best I could get with grass. It's actually palm leaves. All right, so tell me, somebody come up here and you're going to demonstrate. Come, I see you're ready. Come. Come, Mad. So you want to tell us what you're going to do, or are you going to do it first and tell us?
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Birds. This morning, we're going to talk about birds. What are we going to talk about? Birds. Very good. And we're going to look at where birds live. Some birds live in trees by making their nest, and their nest is made out of, who can tell me what is this? Sticks, bush. Okay, very good. Yes, you're both correct. Some birds make their nest from bush, and some made it out of sticks that we call twigs. All right. So what I'm going to do, I want you to watch teacher carefully, because guess what? You're going to come and you're going to do the same thing. So let's go. I'm going to use the stick, as you say, and I'm going to create a nest. What I'm going to do? Create a nest. And then when I create the nest, I want you to tell me the shape of the nest. Can you do that for teacher? All right, so let's go. All right. Not going to be perfect. Won't be perfect. All right. So, you know, the birds carry the sticks in their mouth. They go in the forest and they use their beaks to pick up the sticks, and they come and they pack it on one another, on each other, until it found the nest that they want.
That's it. All right, all right. Some engineering happening up here. Some engineering. All right, we get it. Yes, yes, yes.
Right.
So that's it.
I should think so.
Let me see if I got your name. All right, Zelma. All right, thank you, Miss Samuels. All right, let's put our hands together for Miss Samuels. All right, Miss Samuels, we thank you so much for being so brave to come up here and demonstrate. So let's think about it. You have that content, and you perhaps started your circle time with watching a video. Just saying, although sometimes a videos thing. But this video is not a video that is going to tell you, okay, so birds live in nests, and some nests are this and that. Not that information video, but a video more like of a documentary showing you birds, where they are. And so the children are seeing this, and they're seeing the nests and all of that. Now, perhaps later in the day, at your creative activity, yes. So now creative activity infuse the arts. That's the A from STEAM stream, yeah? The arts, one of the arts. So we could select visual arts, yes, visual arts. And now they're using a variety of media, loose parts from outside, right? And they're creating the nests. They're engineering, right? And so I would encourage you not to have ditto nests, meaning no two nests not going to look the same. So that's how we encourage creativity, right? So allow them to, you know, based on how the shape that they saw and all of that, taking into consideration the materials that you provide, that they now engineer, they craft, they create. This is problem solving skill. They need to know, okay, somebody said earlier that the bird will drop through this, right? So it simply means it needs more twigs, it needs more Grass, right? So, of course, you would have all those things there and encourage the children as they create. You're talking to them, you're having them describe what they're doing, and they're just enjoying the process. And that's visual arts happening right there, engineering and all of that, you name it. All right. My family, 3-year-olds. People in my family are mother, father, sister, brother. This one doesn't spit science, no. But how could you use the materials right here? Mind you, it could be other materials that I don't have, right? But I don't want back Miss Samuels. I love Miss Samuels for trying and volunteering, but I want somebody else. Yes, another participant. She's coming. Blue and white. Quickly. All right. I was about to say remind me of your name. I don't know your name. Tell us your name.
My name is Melissa Clark.
All right, Melissa, go ahead. You're gonna...
Good morning, boys and girls. Good morning, boys and girls. All right, today, remember, we are on the topic family. So let's go. We're going to do a dub poem. Family, and we want to know who is in our family, don't it? Let's go. My family, my family. Who is in my family? Mommy, daddy, sister, uncle. My family, my family. Who is in my family? My family, my family. Cousin, uncle, aunt, granny, grandpa. My family, my family. Wonder what we can do today. 5 family, family tree. My family, family tree. What is this now? I said, what is this now? Find my leaf, find my leaf. Mommy's on this leaf, daddy's on this leaf.
All right, wow. I know that's quite creative because that's way out of what I was thinking. And that's what I love. I love when, you provide materials and students are allowed to just be free and think and create. And that's really what we want for young children. We say, and I'm going to say this again, we say, they can't think critically when they reach exam levels and PEP. But what are we doing from the early childhood years to facilitate this? That's excellent. Now, on the flip, let's say someone could decide to use, all right, this is, well, I wasn't thinking of this. This is what I was thinking of initially. So let's say, this is the body, right? And then we use a stone for the head, something like that, and they lay it out on their paper, and they perhaps could, pick a piece of leaf for the hair, and, and use a stick for the clothes, use a leaf for the clothes. Yes, you see that critical thinking coming out? Engineering, arts, yes, math, yes. All right? Very good. Mm-hmm. Story. This? Magnifying lens. Oh. Right, so we use it to see things really close. If we want to see them up close, near, we can use this. Yes, it gets bigger. Oh, wow, look at mommy's head. All right, yes, excellent, thank you. All right, so this is just a few examples of how much time do I have left? My time is up. All right, I'm wrapping up. All right, I'm just gonna go through this quickly. Same thing, Look through the curriculum, identify areas in which you can infuse nature, right? 4-year-olds continue to engage in imaginative and creative play outdoors, etc. Resilience, try new things. That's something new, eh? Yes. Predict cause and effect relationships. Show respect for nature. Honestly, when I was picking these leaves, it kind of hurt me a little. I'm being really honest with you. I was hoping to have picked up some on the ground, but there weren't really any at my home on the ground. You know, because I respect nature. I respect the fact that I'm going to rob the tree of its leaves. I'm telling you. All right? 5-year-olds use recycled materials to make costumes and props. When you look at our people, Jamaica, for example, for the 5-year-olds, right? And I can't remember the other theme because I'm rushing, right? These provide opportunities for you to use things in nature. We keep saying, Miss, your DO come and you don't have the materials in the classroom, because I know how it is. It's unfortunate that we have to take money out of our salaries to buy things for the environment, for our classrooms. It's really unfortunate. Last week when I was in Turks and Caicos, I learned that the teachers there get a sum of money per month for their resources. You know, I'm like, wow, you know, wow. Right? But guess what? We can use things. Jamaica is the land of wood and water. There's so much to find in the environment. All right? And we could continue the different learning outcomes. And in the 4-year-old curriculum, plants, celebrating meat, transportation, using the sticks and so on to make vehicles. Yes? Our country, Jamaica, Jamaica land we love. Jamaica land we love, using the shells to create designs and all of that. All right? And this would have been an activity, but we're not going to do it. But I want you to, we're going to think about it, and I'm just going to talk through it very quickly. So let's consider a topic from the curriculum. I'm just going to select a random one. Plants, since we have plants here. All right? And we could have had STEM, could have had STREAM, right? And so essentially, I'm not sending you out there to go create new lesson plans or anything, nothing like that. Just reminding you that as you plan your lessons, that you think about, how can I encourage science through this lesson? So you're looking at plants, right? So the science of plants. So we could do what? Have the students plant a seed and they watch it grow, right? Technology. They could take pictures of the different stages of the plants, or exploring the same plant's theme, they could be doing something similar to what I shared earlier, where children, students take pictures, come into the environment and share about what they've taken and so on. They could even watch videos of plants around the world, whatever, right? Engineering. Perhaps at the end of the day now, using different materials to create plants, or a picture using parts of the plants, right? And so on. Yes, I'm going to show an example. All right? And it continues. All right? All right, so I thought this was very, very, brilliant. What will you make today? So here's a clipboard, and here are just the materials here. Right? A variety of materials, no direction, no directive, but the students allowed to be creative. Here's another thing. I can make a bug. This is a typical image of the bug that I guess it's telling how many legs the bug should have, etc. And then using now these materials, the students then recreate this. Now this is something you could do during creative activity. You could have it in your, if you so have the space, in your nature center.
right? If you so have the space, this is something, maybe this could even be an aspect of numeracy, depends on how you skew it during your guided learning activity and so on. All right, so the point is, as teachers, you have to be creative in order to allow your students to be creative. So think creative ways of bringing materials in the environment into the classroom so that, this can stimulate their creations, critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, you name it. The example I just gave earlier, looking at this now, imagine using this now to create a picture frame, right? And I know this isn't quite from the environment, but this, I would say, this is high-level engineering. So just imagine this in your transportation theme, right? And this is, I would imagine, a river, and this here is a what? A bridge construction happening right there, right? And so perhaps you could give them, everybody's to create a bridge using 5 sticks, and you remind them of the number 5 and so on, right? So you have the autonomy to design it how you would want to, but of course with using things found in your environment, all right? Which we've been hearing these trashables all this while. All right, this one is a little dark, but let me tell you what it is. Sticks, number 5. And these are 5 leaves. Right? Huh? Sets, exactly. Sets. This could be, I would say stones, but I know our context sometimes. We have to be careful with the stones, and you have to know your students. Eh? Here we get patterning, which is a basic numeracy skill. This is very important. And this is quite a complex pattern. Right? Right. Or I could say A, B, B, A, B, B, A, B. You know what I'm talking, right? All right. All right. And that's it. For those of you who are very tech savvy, you can just point your devices here. You can get my connection card. I thank you so much for tuning in to the presentation. I'm going to take us back to the second slide. And they didn't get it? Did you get it? All right. So, wrapping up, we're finished. Did we underscore the value of nature to children's holistic development? Did we explore opportunities for inquiry-based learning through nature in the preschool curriculum? And did we demonstrate examples of integrating nature in early childhood settings? Ladies, I thank you so much for tuning into the presentation. As I said before, you can connect with me here, and I must say I appreciate all those persons who participated. Thank you so much, and I do hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much, Miss Williams. Awesome presentation. Great workshop, right? Can we give a round of applause for Miss Williams? Thank you. So nature provides countless opportunities for discovery, creativity, problem solving, and STEM education. Well said. And some benefits: improving your mood, improving self-confidence and self-esteem, helps the children to be more active, and encouraging creativity and encouraging resilience and problem solving. This is so great. We want to thank you, Miss Rochelle Williams, for being here today. I am sure we would have garnered a wealth of knowledge during this session. Thank you so much for joining us online, getting some very good comments from our online participants, loving the session. One of the best, great and very interactive. Do you guys agree? For those who are face to face, I agree. I agree. So, Miss Williams, we're basically finished for this session. Do you have any questions that you would want to ask?
Okay. I never thought of any questions, but because we're out of time.
We have like 3 minutes for the next presenter.
If I didn't prepare any questions. Anyone has
Does
questions?
anybody
Go
have
ahead.
any? Okay.
The microphone is coming.
Good afternoon. Donna Marie Nevin from NCB Early Childhood Development Centre. I wanted to talk to you about children that have touch sensitivity issues and how the outside can be, although it's fun for lots of children, there are some children that really have a difficult time outside. And also for children that have allergies. Because I know at my centre, we take them outside, you don't see them for 3 days because they've got all kinds of allergies. So I'm just thinking about different and creative ways that we can still introduce children to nature, but obviously acknowledging that some children are not able to touch certain things because it causes them a lot of anxiety, and to be inclusive for those children to still differentiate and find ways to bring nature into the classroom for those children that can't do that. And then also just thinking about those that suffer as soon as they smell grass.
Excellent comment. I'm not sure if it was a question, but a comment. And it's something I actually thought about as I prepared this presentation, that inclusivity has to be taken into consideration for those students who, like myself too, I have serious allergy issues. And so the outdoors sometimes can be a bit much on my physical health. So as teachers, what's important first is to know your students, right? Understand your students, and so you plan accordingly.
Register,
Questions?
yes. It's being circulated.
Pardon?
No, she was just asking about the register.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions? No, so. Okay, so I have a few suggestions. They're saying that and as responding from our chat, take specific things to them. That was a suggestion. Yeah. So that's one suggestion. So thank you so much again for joining us. We move into our next session, which is routines and transition in early childhood. All right, so we start in a minute.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. This session is titled Routines and Transitions in Early Childhood. We have with us from George Brown College, Colette Kane and Gail Hunter. Let's look at what we'll be discussing today. Okay, so when we're in a new environment, we never feel as confident as we should and how we want to be. Oftentimes, we feel nervous or feel like we lack a sense of belonging. As a result of this, it can take us a while to warm up and engage in what's going on. This is why, when working with children doing transitions, we want to ensure that the period of change is as smooth and comfortable for them as possible, so they can feel a sense of belonging in a new environment. Our goal is to give children a sense of agency so they become confident contributors within their space. This session will help us support our children in having healthy transition experiences. Our presenters will provide insight on this topic and provide recommendations for best practices. I now hand over to Ms. Colette Kane and Gail Hunter. Please help me welcome them.
Thank you, everybody, and good afternoon. We want to say we're privileged to be a part of the workshop today, and we hope that everybody here is excited about being with us as well. We know that we've had a really good lunch, and then we had a workshop, and now we're the middle one. So it's like the middle child, right? So we want to make sure that we engage you in the conversations as well. So I'm Colette Kane. I manage 2 of 12 lab schools at George Brown College, and I have children in one center 0 to 3.5 years of age, and there's 65 children in that space. And I have another center that does 3.8 for our kindergarten children up to 10 years of age, and there's 56 children there as well. So I have a wide range of knowledge between infants and 10 years of age. I've been at the college for over 30 years and have worked on the floor with toddlers right up. So I hope that I'm able to answer any questions that you have and bring some of my knowledge to the table as well. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm Gail Hunter, prof at George Brown College. Areas of expertise would be in anti-oppression, anti-racism, child development, transitions, policy advocacy, and those are my areas. I'm delighted, as Colette is, to be present here and to end our day with another presentation. So our focus is healthy transitions and routines. So we have a question that we'd like you to think about, ponder, speak to the person next to you. What do you do to prepare the children in your class for daily routines? So we're only going to take about 2 minutes. Talk to the person next to you. And if you're not sitting next to someone, feel free to get up and just turn around or move over, just so that you have someone to dialogue with. And then Colette's going to ask you what you came up with. So the question is, what do you do to prepare the children in your class for daily transitions and routines? That's why we were moving along to get out of the light, right? You found us out. It's interesting. No, the yellow. That's good. Okay.
Do we have any volunteers that would like to share with us what they do for transitions and preparing their group? It's okay, I can run around. I need to put in some steps.
You could do an icebreaker through singing to get them do a specific song for a specific thing. So by singing the song, the children will automatically know that this is what we're gonna do next. So if we're gonna do numerals, you do a song for numerals. Animals, something to go through it. So they would transition into something different once you start singing a song.
Perfect, that's great. For us back home, we do the tidy up song. So everybody knows it's tidy up time, right? Does anybody else have a suggestion that they use? No? Okay.
Oh, there's someone at the back.
Yay.
Yes, we could also do a finger play activity because we know their attention span is very short, so we could do a finger play.
Perfect, thank you. For us back home as well, we may turn the lights off in our rooms because our rooms can be very dark, unlike yours where you've got lots of sunshine. So we may turn the lights off just to calm the room down, and then we'll tell the children what we're going to do next as well.
When we think about, When we think about preparing the children that we work with for the next stage, or even when we start thinking about curriculum, we need to think about our perception that we hold of children. So what do you, just call out a couple of terms, what do you perceive children as? When you think of children, what comes to your mind? What is it that makes you go, you know what? Children means. What does it mean to you, children? Some people will say a clean slate when they come in. What do you think? What do you think of children? Just children automatically.
A ball of energy.
Ball of energy, that's a good one. Yes, yes. Well, how we like to perceive children is that they are competent, they are capable of complex thinking, they're curious, and they're rich in potential. We need to think of them through that lens. If we think of children through that lens as being capable, competent, capable of complex thinking, curious, rich in potential, we are going to be very creative in our curriculum that we prepare for them, how we interact with them, because we're not going to be talking down to them. We're going to be talking in a regular voice and using regular language, the standard language, the language that we would be using with adults. We speak to children as they are capable, competent, and curious. They grow up in families with diverse social and cultural and linguistic perspectives, and we need to recognize the uniqueness of our children. So we're recognizing the uniqueness, but we are also recognizing that they are creative, competent, and capable. Some of the routines the environments that will support a routine are environments that where they get to demonstrate physical movement. So we want to make sure that they get to use their large and small muscles, provide experiences to explore the world around them, encourage children to take the initiative. Often I will hear people say, we will allow them to play in the doll center. I set up an area and I allow them to read. Well, actually, we shouldn't be allowing. It sounds like you say, I grant you this, I grant you that, I grant you that. No. We need to try and say we encourage them. We will promote it. We will provide for. So what we want to start thinking about is that we are not the person that grants the opportunity to do it. We provide the environment. We have to remember that the environment is the third teacher. And if we have a well-appointed environment that we've planned and it has curriculum sections, then what you're going to be doing is encouraging them. They'll develop cooperation skills, problem solving. You can go through those on your own as I just pick out a couple of them. But it is really important to also have space where they can take a chill, they can lay out on a mat, or that they can read, or that they can remove themselves from the intensity of the classroom. Some children are high energy and they can go all day. Other children do need a bit of a break. With the routines and schedules, we want to provide large chunks of time where it's uninterrupted activity. So if children want to sit down and create something, you want to make sure that they're getting enough time to create it. There isn't anything worse than starting a project, or for example, if I say, okay, everybody's going to make a sandwich, and you start to create your sandwich, and once that sandwich is made, I say, okay, put it away, we'll eat it later, right? When you think you're going to get to do it right away. Well, when children are working on materials or they're doing fantasy play, you want to give them enough time to be able to bring it to the end. So it's important that we think about that as we start to plan our transitions. When we think about the transitions that our children may go through, what are the transitions that you may have in your center? When do you get them to tidy up and move on to the next thing? After break. So they... Oh, that's right. So... Excellent, very good. So sometimes all the time after lunchtime or snack time, after nap time or to nap time, We get them to transition also probably if you're doing something that's outdoors and now you want to move indoors to do it. We get them to transition sometimes when we're doing math, put your math books away. We're now starting the spelling. So what we actually end up with is a day of maybe about 9 to 10 transitions. And when you think about those transitions, it's not just getting up and moving. Even if I said to you, okay, now pack up, you know, at the end of the workshops, you're probably thinking, oh, I'm so tired, I have to get up, I have to go do this. But you know what's next. Children need to know what's next so they can also be better prepared. Predictable, flexible, child-initiated blocks of time, outdoor activities, provides reasonable pace for children's participation, but also recognizes differences in attention span. And so that's where I go with the neurodiversity, and I won't go into it again because we talked about it already, and I recognize many of your faces, and thank you for coming back for this one. When we think about the neurodiversity of our children, it's important that you recognize that some of the children will need more support in their transitions. Other children will be right out the door and ready to go and play. So we need to take that into account as we support our children during that day full of transitions. And some of the strategies to facilitate transitions, you identified them. I thought you were really good about it. But I'm going to pass this over to Colette now.
Sure, I don't need your mic, thanks. So providing advance notice, right? Some children are really good with a minute's notice. Some children need 10. Some people need a little bit longer. So again, recognizing the needs of the children that are in your room and being able to facilitate those routines smoothly, right? There's nothing worse than you saying to somebody, as Gail said, I'm building something and then all of a sudden I have to stop, but I wasn't ready. So depending on the needs of the group, timers help as well. So it could be looking at the clock. It could have an alarm clock on your desk and set it for 5 minutes. So when it dings, everybody then knows what's happening. So those are the familiar cues that are taking place. Understanding what comes next. So I know that in your schools you have a schedule posted. So you're able to know what happens next. But do you use that schedule with the children? Is it just there for you to look at, or do you actually go over it and say, okay, in 5 minutes, it's time to tidy up because we're going to go outside, right? I know for us back home, it's part of our mandated process of our program is that we have to use it on a daily basis.
And just one thing I'd like to add with that, the schedule that you're talking about. On each of the doors of the rooms where the children are located will be a panel, and it will have a 9 o'clock panel, a 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, whatever the transition is. Then it will show the child arriving in the morning with a parent or an adult, and then the next one is when snack time is. So it will say 10 o'clock, but it will show the children sitting at a table eating. So those children that can't read at that point in time, they can understand it. Or if you say, well, what happens next? They can go and they can look and they can see that they've eaten snack, and you can say, what are you going to do next? And you have a picture of them lined up at the door to go outside. So those visual cues are really important. And it just means taking photos of your children in action. You're already doing those observations. You want to now capture those observations. So just take a couple of photos. Make sure you capture all your children so that not just 2 or 3 children are in the photos, but you have your full day. Washroom, you show the sink and them washing their hands. They'll know when they get to do things. They won't need to ask all the time.
Exactly. And for the older children, if we're starting to teach time, we'll have pictures of clocks with the actual time beside it as well. So then there's continuity for development and learning that takes place. A lot of times the educators should be starting the transition, right? Instead of standing back and telling the children, okay, I need everybody to line up. If I go and I line up, then other people are going to want to come with me, right? Instead of that waiting. A lot of children wait far too long, and then they get antsy. And then when they get antsy, what happens? Chaos starts, right? They get in trouble for being antsy in the line, and they just want to move. So the quicker it is, the better it is. Minimize the chaos. Give children classroom responsibilities as well. So we talked earlier about giving children chores in the room. That helps speed up the process. Okay.
And just one other thing, to speed that process
Your mic?
You have
your mic?
to speed that process up, it's really handy if you have blocks to put a picture of blocks there, so that those children, again, that may have memory issues, they will remember where the blocks go because it has a little picture. So we really want to expedite it where you're not needed to help them to say, this is where the blocks go, this is where this goes, but instead they can find the pictures and return things to where they are. Then you have your readers, and they're going, oh, that says blocks, that says, and so you're really helping the language, you're helping them to tidy up, you're helping them to get into routines and transitions. Next, we start thinking about when we are doing those transitions and routines, it's really important to think about the relationships. Relationships is actually core to being early child educators, developing that relationship with the children. If you do, you have their trust, you have they attach to you, you attach to them, you have this ability to communicate. When you develop that relationship, and it is really important, relationships with children, but also with the families. A child learns and grows when they have a positive role model. It is really important that you are a positive role model. So when you say to the children, keep your indoor voice in, it doesn't help if you're saying, sit down now. I said sit. It doesn't help because you're speaking to them in an inappropriate way. You're not modeling what you're saying. You're not walking the walk. So it's important that if you do have Gail standing up and Gail really is starting to roam, that you just say something like, Gail, it's time we're sitting at the table now. Your bottom needs to be on the chair. Come, let's join the group. You might want to sit next to your friend Colette. Let's go. And give Gail a few minutes to get there, but don't say to the class, we're not starting until Gail gets here. We're waiting for you, Gail. Because what you're doing is you're diminishing Gail, you're embarrassing Gail. Now Gail's going to take longer because she's so full of shame. Then she starts feeling, I'm not a good person. I'm a bad person. No one's listening to me. My teacher doesn't like me. And they go home and they say, my teacher doesn't like me, right? Children will also start to I've also heard teachers say, and educators say, we're not going outside until Gail gets here. If Gail doesn't sit down in 2 minutes, we're not going out. You're not getting your outdoors time. What are you doing to the relationship between the child and the child? Yes, exactly. And then she becomes the butt of the violence or the ridicule or the teasing or the bullying. So it is really important that we model. We really need to role model. Promotes healthy brain development. We do that by getting them to get up and to move around to get those endorphins going. But also we need to ensure that we are not stressing them. A little stress is good. It motivates us. But if you're constantly challenging or berating children or pointing them out, you answer this question, what happens is all that cortisol builds up and we do develop heart disease. We do develop diabetes at younger ages. And you cannot remember what the teacher has said or the educator has said because there's so much cortisol, you cannot see clearly. And we've all been there when we get really bad news. We see the person's lips moving, but we do not hear what they're saying. Children, it happens to them too. They get paralyzed. Some of them wet their pants because they're a little bit anxious and frightened. That's not being a quality teacher. So we really need to think about those relationships. We want to build their self-confidence. We want inquisitive learners. And lastly, becomes more physical and socially competent with those around them.
So we talk a lot about relationships. So we talked about it in our previous workshop. We've talked about it every time we've come down to Jamaica. And that's really important because it's the foundation for you and the child. It is what is going to get you through the day. So when we talk about transitions and routines, it's have you built a relationship with the individual child within the group in order for those transitions and routines to go smoothly? If you haven't taken the time to build a relationship with somebody, they're not going to listen to you. They're just going to ignore you because you've ignored them, right? So why am I going to listen to you if you don't want to listen to me? So relationships is ultimately the basic foundation for anything that we ever talk about. So you'll hear us continue to talk about relationships because that's the be-all and end-all for us. So the reciprocal relationships with all adults, it doesn't necessarily have to be just the educators or the teachers that are in the room, but it's any adult that's in the school that works with you too. You want children to respect the cook, right? You want them to respect the security guard, the groundskeeper. So what are we doing? It's anybody who works closely with that child. So the principal of the school, right? So often we hear, I'm going to send you to the principal's office. Should the principal's office be a negative place for a child? No. No. I have an open door policy. Children come in all the time. I'll say to them, do you want to help me staple the papers together? And then they'll say to the parent, oh, I went to the office today and I helped Colette. And the parent's like, what did they do? And it's like nothing. They actually came in to be a helper, because you want to change their thought process so that it's not a negative space. With your families, again, you want to talk about your transitions and routines with them and what that looks like so that they can carry that into the home and use the language. Share with them how you transition from indoors to outdoors. A lot of times children don't want to get up in the morning and come to school because they're still tired. And then that's when the fights begin at home. You've got to go, I got to get to work. Don't make me late for work, let's go. And then the child's coming to you and they're crying. Right? And then it's starting that whole ritual all over again. I've got to build that relationship with you, but I'm screaming and I'm holding on to my mom because I don't want her to leave me, right? And then it's like, okay, I've got to trust as the parent that I'm handing my child over to you in a safe way. And then we're going to build the transition in through home to school as well. And the primary educators, the people that are in the room. If you're the person that's constantly standing over somebody, what do you look like? You're all sitting down and I'm coming over and I'm like this and I'm talking to you, right? Who's in control? I'm in control, right? And to a 3-4-year-old, I look like a giant, right? But if I'm down and I'm looking at you like this and I'm saying, I'm so glad you came today, we've got so much to do, can you help me? I've built a different relationship with you. So how you speak to the children in the room, how you get them through smooth transitions is extremely important, because if it's easier, less stress on you, smoother transitions all around for the children, more enjoyment for everybody in the environment. Sure. So how do we do this? We invite families into the program. Let them see what's happening at the beginning of the year, especially if you've got that child who's 2 or 3 that's coming into your school for the first time. On their first day, everybody is nervous, right? We're excited, but we're nervous at the same time, because maybe Gail, my friend, goes to school there, so I get to go to school with Gail, but maybe Gail's not in my class. So now I'm going into a room where I don't know anybody. So by inviting the families in ahead of time with the child, they get to see the environment, they get to meet other families and other children, helps to make it a little bit smoother. During the year, have those parent sessions, have parent meetings. I know that a lot of you have your parent-teacher associations and you have meetings. When I've gone to them, 99% of the time it's talking about fundraising. Right? Very little about curriculum and what you're doing in the classroom or in the school, but more about how can we make funds so that we can go on field trips, so that we can bring somebody special into the school, things like that. You want to be sharing with families more about your curriculum and what's taking place and child development. As we were talking earlier, you're all professionals, right? You are the gatekeeper of knowledge of child development. The parents are the gatekeeper of knowledge of their child. Bridge the two together. Invite parents from other years to come in. So I'm going to invite Gail and her mom to come and talk about Classroom 2 to the new families, right? So you want to hear from other people. We know that there's parents out there who say, you know what? You want to go into the class where Gail's teacher was. She's amazing. Don't go to the teacher that Colette had because she was yelling all the time. Or, she really didn't do anything. My child didn't come home and wasn't able to read or write. But in Gail's room, they were on top of everything. You don't want that to happen. You don't want to play teachers against teachers and families against families. And it's human nature, because you build those relationships with the families that you have. But you want to make sure that everybody gets the best of who you are and what you have to offer.
The importance. Just leave it on. She's only telling me what to do. And I'm the elder of the two, so she should be more respectful. So reciprocal relationships with children, we need to ensure that adult and child relationship, but it's also a give and take. It's a back and forth. It shouldn't be that one way that we're always speaking at them. We need to speak with them. We also need to take that time, because I get a buzz. Your mic makes mine. We've known each other since we were this is like 55-year relationship here. We've been friends a long time, so we're excited to be here. Thinking about how we do talk to children, it is reciprocal. We cannot talk at children, we talk with them. We also need to listen more to what children say. As you listen, you will really get to know what they want, what they need, and how they act. We'll get to know their strengths and who they are. So thinking about that, reciprocal relationships with the teacher influences child development in multiple fashions and serve to promote positive emotional academic outcomes. And that's one of our goals. We do want them to be academic, but we want them to have social skills. Children that play in drama centers and pretend play have the highest is the highest predictor of their success, their social success in adult years. Children that are able to navigate dramatic play, turn-taking, sharing fantasy, those are the children that seem to excel in their adult years, being able to interview, being able to move around in society. They do much better. So when we think about that, we do want our children to come out very skilled. Also, we want to ensure the child-to-child relationship is positive. Reciprocal relationships between peers helps to build empathy, respect for one another, and that is really important. Helps children to approach the world with enthusiasm and grow to become responsive individuals. That's all self-regulation. That's self-regulation, the executive functions. That's self-regulation. And a child that can self-regulate will also do really well in high school, universities, colleges, in life, in work, in relationships in general. Some of the strategies that we have identified here is share positive stories about yourself when you went to school for the first time. So if you know a little child is moving on to go to formal school, or if you have a child that's in your preschool and they're moving on to the kindergarten room, share that. Tell the story about your first day going to kindergarten. How many of you remember your first day going to either kindergarten or formal school? How many? Anybody? What do you remember? Can you tell me? Crying a lot. Oh, no. But go ahead.
I was brought to school by my two elder sisters, and I cried and ran out of the class behind them. 2 days in a row. And on the second day, one of my sisters gave me a beating and said, go back inside there. It's learn, you come here to learn, not to run away.
Yes.
And I went into the class, and of course I took it out on the teacher. The third day, she gave me the clay dough, the dark brown one.
Yeah.
The modeling clay.
Yes.
And I threw it at her.
Yes.
I gave trouble on the third day, and on the fourth day, the teacher called me a little darling because I was learning, and I could tell her my name, my mother's name, and my sister's name, and yeah.
And
I will never forget because I got a whooping.
I love it. If you were to share that story with your children as they move into that next grade, they would be not quite as nervous in the movement. What your teacher did to you and showed that acknowledgement that you were trying and that you're good to have in the class, that did lots for your spirit and your confidence, right? Oh, right. And I'm moving around. I'm sorry. I know.
When I took my son to the preschool for the first time, because I was coaching him so much, he just walked right in.
I love it.
Because I told him what happened to me, and he did not want that. So
wonderful.
I took him to school on my neck, and when we reached the door and I take him down, he just said, "Thank you for the snack pan," and I'm going.
See that? You're the one that was crying, right?
And he didn't give me any trouble, and I felt so good. But I was crying though.
I cried.
Yes, I bet. Well, those interactions are really important. And when we share stories with children, it sort of allays their fears that, oh, wow, I feel that way, or you felt that way. And it just better prepares them. And that, the story about your kindergarten teacher also was very powerful. I remember my grade 1 teacher, she hugged me every single day I walked in that classroom and said, my Gail is here. And, being a child, I thought, she probably hugged everyone, but it felt like it was me that was really most important. She probably hugged everybody, right? And it just makes you so passionate and want to be there. So that's a really good and easy strategy, really easy strategy. Even if you're not a hugger or you don't want to, get sort of that close, you want to make sure you smile. Smile. When we smile at someone, we affirm they're there and we value them. Smile at that child. Glad you've arrived. Field trips you could do, having school materials available for children to learn, help them become familiar with expectations. And this is the most important one, keeping the materials in order, getting them to raise their hands to answer questions if you have a lot of children. If you don't, let them call it out. But it is important to start to instill that, because once they hit grade school, they're going to need to raise their hand when they want to speak. And you want to instill in them the importance of paying attention and help them develop those coping skills. And we know that that comes out of the self-regulation skills. And then lastly, I want to just provide opportunities for children in your class to work together. Because when we know that when we work with children, we're scaffolding. What I mean by scaffolding is we chunk information to help them better understand things. When you help one child, if you help Colette, and I can't tie my shoes yet, or I can't figure out the alphabet, and Colette can, if you say, Colette, why don't you sit next to Gail and the two of you can work on this, Colette's going to teach me. She's going to sound just like you. In fact, how many times have you heard children saw them put their hand on their hip, and they just said what you said 20 minutes ago, and blah, 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 and you, whoa, those are my lines. What are you doing? It's really important that we do ensure that children get that opportunity to work in pairs or small groups, not sit individually with fill in the sheet. What do you call them? Worksheets. Not to sit all the time doing sheets, because it doesn't encourage dialogue or co-learning.
So when we're talking, it's on. When we're talking about our strategies, it really is predictability. Just making sure that you're constantly broadcasting, that you're sharing information with the children so that they know what's going to happen next. Everything that we talk about falls under that umbrella of just sharing information with the children. Children want to know, right? If you're having a conversation with another colleague, right? They want it. I'm moving a little bit. They want to know what's happening, right? And then we'll say, you know what? It's between the adults right now. I had a child, an 8-year-old child. He was having a conversation with one of his peers, and they were trying to negotiate something, and it wasn't going very well. So I walked over and I just said, oh, what's going on over here? Is there any help that you need that I can give you? And this one little boy says, this conversation is between A and B, so we'll see you later. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm moving out. So, because they wanted to do it on their own, and I had to give them that. I had to respect that. But they put you in your place sometimes, right, where you're not expecting it. So just to be around, to help them, to provide predictability, and be consistent is the most important thing as well. Be the stage setter. So that's what I'm talking about. You're the first person that the parent and the child comes to meet and spends time with on their first day. So you want to make it as smooth as possible. When they're leaving you and they're going into primary school, you have a lot of children that are very anxious, that are crying because they don't want to leave you. It's their first day and they're going into primary and they're asking for the previous teacher that they had, and it's really difficult for everybody. So prepare them ahead of time. So those children that are 5 or 6 that are getting ready to go into grade 1, in the next couple of weeks, you want to start preparing them for that. Not on the worksheets, not in the workbooks, but in conversations, natural conversations, and sharing. I remember my first day when I went to grade 1, right? It was so special because I had a special lunch. I got to take a special fruit with me. You can tell them anything, they're going to believe it. if you tell them it with passion, right? So you can say anything and everything and they'll believe you. And so you want to set them up for success, right? And share that with the families. Get them to tell them stories. If you're lucky, maybe the school is next door and you can walk them over in June and they can go over and they can see the place and they can meet the principal or a teacher or have the teacher or principal come back into your school and talk to them so that they can meet and have a familiar face. Because I remember when I went into school for the first time, I stood there and I just looked at this big building and it was very overwhelming. The message that you give has that lasting effect, and you want to make it positive. They're in school for a number of years, so you want to make sure that you give them what they need to make it successful and fun, right? Everything is about having fun as well. We know that children are constantly sitting in grade 1, except when they get to go outside on the playground. You don't want them to be going, oh, I have to sit all day. There has to be something about it that makes it fun.
So preparing for school readiness, we know what is expected. We know the pressure from the family, but we also know the standards. We know what they need to know. Keeping in mind we want play-based curriculum, you can still ensure that you meet the standards. So know what is expected, review the expectations. We want to make sure you're still doing ongoing observations of the children, self-regulation, social cues, and pro-social behaviors. And those are the golden elements. If they can master those elements, those are children that are ready to learn. It means they're able to sit, it's able to communicate with others. It means that they will get along with their peers. That is a child that is ready to learn. Also know their strengths, strength-based learning rather than deficit, stress-free environment, and moving from play-based to structure. So also preparing the child, engage in conversation about the transition ahead of time. So what will come? So you're moving out of the toddler room. You know what's going to happen in the preschool? Shall we go visit the preschool room? If you know they're going to grade 1 and they're leaving your kindergarten class, maybe take time to go visit the school, do an outing, a field trip, invite a couple of parents, go visit the school and ask if you can go in to visit the grade 1 class. That can be very powerful for the children. Starting early, September, December, start talking about, evaluate it, and then January to June, you start visiting or talking more about it, getting them to share what they think is going to happen. You want to also incorporate into play routines and transitions. Keep them simplistic and fun. You want those routines so that you also are going to know that they're going to still need to adhere to when they are in a formal school or when they are in the next level. Also, I already mentioned visiting the school, but also maybe bring back some of the children that were in your class the previous year. They might be in the kindergarten room and you're in the preschool or you're in the toddler room. Have those children come back so that they see children that have experienced it and ask them what they liked about the room and the program. Don't forget, children are capable, competent, curious. They'll rise to the occasion if you ask them, what was it like when you were a preschooler? Well, when I was little, and they're all of 6, right? When I was little, I used to do this. And you know, it's really powerful for children to hear the voices of other children. Begin year with play-based curriculum, best for learning new routines and expectations. So you can talk about in the big school, you know what they do? Or ask another child to come in and share that information. Practice, do role playing, set your drama center up as a school in grade 1. Move towards gradual structured learning. Blend play-based and structured curriculum. Now in kindergarten, that's when you're using some of your worksheets or give them their own notebook or journal and they start to write in what they did that day or how they felt that day. Ongoing routines and transitions that support more independent thinking. So not necessarily even needing to do all those cues because they know the cues now. You can even ask one child to go to the chart on the door that has those pictures and figure out what's next and then make the announcement to the class. And you rotate them. And if you have someone that can't do it, then maybe you say to Gail, let's go over to the door and we'll figure out what's next and then you can announce it to the class. Don't not include that child, because you're sending a lot of messages by not including that child. And then that child goes home and says they never get included. So really important that we include them. I thought there was like 3 or 4 more, but that's okay. We have time for questions then. Or maybe they were giving us a hint saying it's time's up. Good going, guys. Time's up. Time's up. That's what they're telling us. Good stuff. Can we see the last one, the second last one, please? Right. Okay. Is
So
that
when
it? The second last one? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I was just going to say, preparing for transitions. We've been talking a lot about broadcasting and making sure that there's continuity and children understand the next steps. I think that it's really important when we're talking about incorporating transitions and routines into play, we have to give them opportunities to role play what a transition looks like and a routine for them. So if you're in the dramatic center and you're taking care of babies, after you've fed the baby, you can say to the child, what do we do next, right? You're asking those questions. Instead of you always being in control of the situation, giving children the opportunity to take the lead is extremely important. And then you understand what's happening in their mind as to where they are developmentally in processing whatever transition or routine looks like for them. One of the things that we hear a lot of times too when we're down here is that boys don't play in the dramatic center, right? And boys don't play with babies, with the dolls. And we turn around and we say, but there's fathers. How did a father become a father and learn how to nurture and take care if they don't have those opportunities? So it gives you a good chance to encourage the males in your room to come in and spend more time in the dramatic center cooking. We know so many males that are better cooks. My husband's a better cook than I am. He spends more time in the kitchen. So it's just giving everybody equal opportunity in every area and making sure that you have enough materials. We've been hearing for the last 4 days that it's making sure that we have enough materials, and we know that there isn't a huge pot of money that everybody can go to. There's not that well that's full all the time. So using each other in your schools as resources. So as we were saying today, Gail's gonna have all the blocks that are in the school for this week, and her class is gonna have all the blocks. My group is gonna have all the science. Right? Your group is going to have art materials, right? And you rotate it around for a week so that the children get a really good opportunity to use enough resources instead of putting 5 blocks in front of this child and 5 blocks in front of that child and asking them to build something. They don't have that mindset to build creativity, right? Creatively, if they're stifled with just a small amount of materials. And then if I go to take, and they all like to take from the person beside them, and then what happens? Then the fights break out, right? Or, miss, he took my block, she took my block. So you want to try to minimize that as well. And that's part of a routine for them, that they understand, you know what, we're learning to share and cooperate from one room to another. And those cooperation skills will really help with the transitions for those children that are struggling when you're lining up to get outside. If you're doing your openings outside in the morning, it's hard for some children to walk away, right? So you've got the others that are grabbing them and pulling them along. Give them the space that they need. Explain what's happening. Why is it taking Gail a little bit longer to come outside today, right? So sharing with the children and getting them to start using their voice for your transitions and routines are going to make your day much smoother. Okay. Any questions that you have for us, or any comments maybe? That's okay, we're all good. So Gail and, yeah, it is. So Gail and I just want to say thank you again for coming to our workshop and sitting and hearing us. And as we said, we preach relationships. So we want you to celebrate each other, and for taking the time to come here and learn more about professional development and taking it back to your colleagues and sharing what you've learned over the last couple of days. So thank you, and
Thank you so much for that, Colette and Gail. Awesome. Very informative. And some of these, or most of this information, we can take back to our early childhood setting in helping our children to transition to grade 1. I will be using some of this myself. My little one is transitioning to grade 1 in September. So this is very rich information, and I thank you so much for it. Our online participants do thank you. Looking at the strategies to facilitate transition, giving advance notice, importance of relationship and creating that bond, inviting families into classroom prior to the beginning of the year, and inviting past students who would have transitioned from the year before. You know, doing parenting information sessions. I can recall some of our activities that we would have had throughout the school year, and you made mention of how parents can be more aware and be involved. And my daughter's school also has sessions where they invite the parents, so we have consultations and we look at the curriculum-based activities that they do throughout the year, and we get that feedback. So after every assessment, we can go and we talk individually to the teachers about our children, so we know their progress and we know how they are doing at school. So that is very good. I like that. Talk with the children, you know, let them know what's happening or what is about to happen right throughout. And also, this will help to build the relationship and also with both children and adults. So I am very glad about this session. I liked it very much. So this session just reinforced what would have been shared in the other sessions, talking about modeling behavior, building self-confidence, and becoming, allowing the children to become inquisitive learners. So thank you so much. And I do thank you for all participating and being here. Join us for our session that begins at 4, supporting the development of boys through play therapy. Thank you so much.
following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall. and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000-Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content.
Welcome back. Welcome everyone online and face-to-face. I am the moderator for this session. My name is Carrion Thomas, and this session is titled Supporting the Development of Boys Through Play Therapy. Now, our presenters, Miss Ruthlyn James and Mrs. Norda Seymour Hall. Miss James is a special educator, motivational speaker, adjunct lecturer at the Michael University College, founding director of Adonija Group Intervention and Assessment Center, a consultant and certified counselor for behavior change in children, an advocate for persons with mental health who values dedication, service, and excellence. As a neurodivergent, a proud bipolar warrior, Ruthlyn brings unique perspectives gained from her professional and personal experience to organizations, empowering educators and parents to unleash the untapped potential of their children and often themselves. Ruthlyn sheds light on the true care needed for our diverse children and the invaluable talent each brings to your lives and how it can positively impact humanity. Miss James learned the value of dedication as the unsung hero of 2008 when she gave up her home to service and care of children with special needs. She is currently focused for 2023 on the assessment and treatment programs aiding differently abled children for inclusion, training educators and parents for ongoing therapeutic care for holistic development. Mrs. Norda Seymour Hall. Mrs. Hall has worked with every level of education system in a career that spans over 17 years. She has served extensively at the Early Childhood Commission, where her most recent engagements were as a director of the Sector Support Services and Director of Regulations and Monitoring. Her accomplishments and interest in education spans the areas of quality assurance, early childhood development, education and training, educational leadership, international relations, mentorship, workforce education and development, professional learning, communities, as well as school development. She is married and is mother of 3 children. She holds a master's degree in educational leadership and currently serves as the director for the International Relations and Qualification Division at the Jamaica Tertiary Education Commission. Now, for this session, we will look at supporting boys' development through play, becoming more responsible for behaviors and development, and employ more strategies, develop new and creative solutions to problems, develop respect and acceptance of self and others, and learning how to experience and express emotions. We will allow our presenters to share best practices on this topic. I welcome Mrs. Norda Seymour Hall and Miss James.
I think it's on. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this very important presentation. One of the things that was not said is that I've recently become mother as well to a neurodivergent child, 7 years old and undergoing diagnosis because of some symptoms that he's developed. And so I'm quite interested in this topic, and I thought I'd present as a part of our discussion here today the case study exploring the topic through those lenses. And I'm so happy to be with Mrs. Ruth Lynn James, who better to present with. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, so we'll begin. We're going to be looking at the case overview. We'll be looking at what play therapy is. We're going to be looking at why the mental health of boys matters. And then we're going to look at some of the play techniques, the play therapy techniques that you can employ as well in your sphere, whether you're at home or you're at school. And we'll indulge ourselves in some of the activities. Let's continue. So basically, we're looking at a boy, 7 years old, neurotypical. He started experiencing regression around November last year. And some of those symptoms are those that you would associate with autism or childhood disintegrative disorder. And we know what autism is. We know that it is a developmental disability that is caused by differences in the brain. And people with ASD often have problems with social communication and interaction. And of course, they may have restricted or repetitive behaviors and interests. They may also have different ways of learning, moving, or paying attention. And childhood disintegrative disorder, how many of us have heard about that? No, I said undergoing diagnosis. This is one of the possible reasons for what I described. It is also called Heller's syndrome or disintegrative psychosis. It is a very rare condition. It is characterized by late onset developmental delays in language, social function, and motor skills. Now, children may experience these symptoms even at up to 10 years old. In order to get a diagnosis, you must show regression in two of these areas, whether it's receptive language skills, expressive language skills, social skills, or playing with peers, motor skills, bowel or bladder control. And for the subject we are describing, his receptive language skills are for the most part okay. And the motor skills are not so bad, but but for the most part, the others have become impaired in a significant way.
And the motor skills, we've seen where it fluctuates also with his mood.
So that's interesting. A child's motor skills can fluctuate with the mood when they have some of these disorders. And so the child may have abnormal functioning in at least two of the following areas: impaired nonverbal behaviors, failure to develop peer relations, inability to start and to maintain conversations with other people, as well as restricted and repetitive and stereotyped behavior. Now, last year, October, he had a bad case of social anxiety, would stoop in the car, refuse to come out, refuse to leave the classroom, refuse to go to any special rooms, to do any activities outside of the ones that his main teacher would do. And so all of these that are listed here, December onwards, describe the child's behavior. Pacing of the floor, screaming, aggression, hallucinatory episodes, no desire for play, and it continues. In addition to medical tests and intervention, one of the things that happened is that John Mark started play therapy with oh Lord, I'm having gaps in my thoughts now. Started play therapy at Adonijah. And what is play therapy? Let's look at play therapy now. And that's one of his schoolmates right there. It is to children what counseling is to adults. Play is used as the medium of expression so that children can work through their feelings. Typically used with children between 3 and 12. And a typical session may last between 30 to 45 minutes. And how long do you typically engage in play therapy with the children? Like for 12 weeks, or does it continue forever? Is it something that teachers should always use?
Well, play is a language. Earlier, Mrs. Hall said that play therapy is like therapy or counseling for you, but play is the child's first language, and as children develop, then you know that language also develops. So we have to understand that play therapy also goes with the level of trauma, various things, so it transitions with the child.
Now, there are two main forms, and directive play therapy and non-directive play therapy. And one is basically counselor-led, and the other is child-led. But of course, the therapist is going to ensure that they are monitoring what the child is doing. And these are some of the toys that are used, and those are some of the children as well from the school engaging in activities.
And just going back to the other slide, quite often persons may think that we need technical resources. That's cornmeal, and that's just a magnetic one. And a typical wash pan, right? So you don't have to have expensive or special therapeutic items. It's as simple as cornmeal. Yeah, magnetic one. We'll go through that a little later.
And all of these conditions can be improved by play therapy. Autism, ADHD, depression, anxiety, PTSD, physical or emotional abuse, sexual abuse, and countless others. Children who are traumatized, families that are dealing with life-changing events such as death or divorce. And one of the things I learned recently from Dr. Shetty, Dr. Shetty, and I know he has presented at PDI before, one of the things he said is when a child changes from one residence to another, it is just as devastating to them as their parents going through a divorce. Sometimes as adults, we take these things for granted. So we move what day that has an impact. And in the case we're looking at, the child moved and it did have an impact. The child also had a new sibling, and that also impacted. Children growing up in abusive homes, example, under foster care, or if a family member is suffering from a mental health condition, or if the child is neglected or abandoned or experiencing bullying, all of those conditions can be improved by play therapy. And play therapy is also relevant to children who may not seem to be going through any high level of stress, but they just need to get back that balance in their lives. And that's John Mark right there. Now, play therapy provides alternate means of communication for children. It allows for comfort and security in self-expression. It is a child-centered means of therapy, and it also improves communication and social skills over time. Why boys? Why is this workshop talking about boys? Girls need it too, right? Of course. But we realize that males are in a particular danger. Why? Because 3 times as many men as women commit suicide. Men have the highest rates of suicide. They also tend to report lower levels of life satisfaction. And even though this statistic is out of the UK, we find that it's universal, that men tend to keep their challenges to themselves, and by extension, boys as well. And because of that, they are less likely to access therapy.
It's also encouraged.
And
yes, it's also encouraged, as we know, when our boys show emotions, then it can bring a stigma to them. It's either they're weak, they're soft, or they're changing their preference of gender. So quite often men do not show that, and it starts sometimes right at the home, where the mom is saying that he's a sissy, or he's too emotional. So it is also a cultural impact, and that needs to change.
right, and we see it from the testimonials from 2 professors on this slide. Where we have that culture of hypermasculinity. Internationally, when a man wants to be hypermasculine, he draws on Jamaican music, for instance, regardless of where he's from, because we have a hypermasculine culture that says men must be this and men must be that. And some of these stereotypes are harmful. Some of the stereotypes that we put on our boys, they are harmful.
Afro-descent.
And that's John with one of his teachers. And that's John with his sister, Leah Monet. Boys are 4 times more likely than girls to be diagnosed with autism. Boys are more than twice as likely to be diagnosed with ADHD than girls. How many of you think you have an ADHD child in your classroom or in your family? So many of us. All right, and boys often have fewer tools to cope with emotions and stressors, leading to unhealthy coping mechanisms or alienation. Now, how can we support our boys better through play? We have to destigmatize mental health issues. We have to reassure boys that it's okay for them to talk about their feelings. So when a boy starts to talk to you about his feelings, you have to understand that he's asking you to help him with some therapy. You also have to confront any type of stereotypes that are ingrained in the boy, because you'll find that your boys are from different homes and some of them have some stereotypes that may hold them back. So you have to deal with that and help them to form meaningful relationships with other boys as well, and include adults in their lives when you are engaging in play sessions or special play sessions that are purposeful and intentional. Now, let us look at the exciting part of the presentation. Now, how do I get the video to play? I press this one. I don't know. Oops. All right, sorry. The technicians will help me to get the video to play. All right, so what you see there is just a range of activities using some of the resources that are here, that can be done and that are very therapeutic. You want to comment on those, Ms. James, some of those activities?
Yes. If you notice, it's not that the picture or the video is dark, but this room is a sensory deprivation room, meaning that it's basically a black room. So And this is the one that has the rock climbing stuff. That's a vestibular room. So quite often play therapy is aligned with sensory integration. Because if you notice that black room has specific areas where you have lights, and it helps a child to focus on a specific task at a time. So they are not so overly stimulated. Now, when we look at play therapy, we also understand mindfulness, where you can't play if you're excessively disturbed, if your mind is all over the place. So most time we have to limit hypervigilance. And that's why we work in different environments. So sometimes you have to pull the child from the typical environment that is so aggressive with stimulation and take the child to another environment. If you look at this one, no, this is hydrotherapy.
Right, let us play this one.
Sure.
And the second. You can play the second one as well because it's serious.
Hold the ball. Ready again? Let's go, John. Right. There you go. No. Hold the ball. Ready again? Let's go, John. Right. There you go. And that's a family session. So John's sister was with us, and when after talking to her, she shared her emotions of, her experience and what were the changes were with John. And the best way that we could do is teach her how to also help John to cope. And this is simple play because John is in the water, and then every second she's like, I want to go in the tub. I want to go in the tub, because John was having all the fun. But if you realize it's a simple ball, it's just that it's textured. And water is calming. As you know, most time when you want the child to settle down, you will give them a bath. But what we do is that we use it for specific, and it goes right back again, sensory. So quite often, again, when a child is imbalanced, dysregulated, when they're going through psychosis, when you are just stressed, sometimes taking a bath or taking a time away helps you to relax. But for children, when we merge it with play, there's so much that we get out of it. So this is sensory integration being facilitated through play. And so this is animal therapy. And, I'm going to take the word therapy off the end of it, because I don't want you to believe that, well, this is not for me. I'm not a therapist. It's play and interaction. It's socializing. It's motherly. It's you're an aunt. You're a grandma. It's just interacting with love. And here, who is man's best friend? A dog. And just playing with a dog, especially if the child is nonverbal, fosters language. Remember that language is not only just by talking, but it's also by touching. This is the vestibular room. So this is play. No, John refused to go higher. But this offers so much. And going back where we speak about play, doing more than just, having fun. But right here he's playing with other friends who are encouraging him. You can go higher, try again. He's climbing. And teachers will say we're working on gross motor skills. So you see, you're a therapist. Because it takes simple things, just what is in your curriculum. You need to do your gross motor development. Now, this is gross motor development. He's climbing. It offers motor planning, coordination, and there's one important thing that it is doing. It is putting pressure on his joints. And there's nothing more that calms a child more than pressure. And that is when you're working with the proprioceptive input, which is another sensory receptor. So, play is therapeutic.
Okay, and so this is on? Okay. And so these are some techniques that you may want to try, whether you're at home or you're at school. Magic wand play, emotions, ball therapy, feelings charades play therapy, tearing pages play. And I'm just going to comment on one or two of them. And before you leave here today, we are going to get involved and do one of them. I don't know which one you want to do, but Ms. James will guide you and tell you which one she wants you to do. Which of these are we going to be doing, Ms. James?
Oh my! I think some of the ones that you experience emotions, because I know everyone in here you have experienced tantrums. So we could do something with emotions and probably tie it in again with feelings charade. So I think those are two because we are all experiencing emotional issues at home and in the classroom.
And let me give you a synopsis of one or two of them. So for magic wand, you simply give the child a magic wand and you ask them to make 3 wishes. And you will find one of the wishes is likely to be a real life problem that the child has or is experiencing. And of course, that's a way of helping a child to verbalize their desires. And for emotions ball play therapy, this one is something that you can use with a family. So using a ball, you can put a feeling on each side of the ball, and then you have the family toss the ball back and forth, or the group of children, and then they can tell you what emotion they are, what emotion is there. And whoever catches the ball will tell you. So the emotion is written on the ball. When you catch the ball, you'll say you'll talk about a time in your life when you experienced that emotion. And so that's a very interesting one to do. And you can also have your cards with feelings. How many persons have feelings games and emotions games that they play at school already? Right. And so you have your charts and you get them to basically pick the cards and they can act out the emotion or they can say how they're feeling, right? And tearing pages, you simply tear the page and you toss it. You're throwing away your feelings, the feelings that make you angry or sad. Let's move on.
Can I add something about the emotion?
Sure.
For, let's say, the emotional ball therapy, there are a lot of children that will not identify emotions. So, and that comes under the pragmatics development, your social language, especially children on the spectrum. Quite often, they don't understand when you're sad, when you're feeling pain. So for us, we will go a little deeper. So even with the emotional ball, it's also a way of teaching the child how to understand and also how to express emotions by body language development, facial development. So you can get a lot more than just play out of these exercises.
And then there's storytelling. You telling a story, the child telling a story. That's also very, very good. And your emotional thermometer, where you have an emotion beside maybe each color, getting hotter, getting colder, and you have the face to go with it. You can make that chart, or you can find them online, emotion thermometers, so that you can gauge the range of emotions your boys especially, and your girls too, may be feeling.
Social stories.
And Ms. James has just added social stories, very important. You want to hear those social stories. Then there's creative arts play therapy. Of course, the modeling clay. We know that modeling clay, you can do anything with it. It's such an exciting piece. Painting, drawing a family, coloring your life. And we can learn so much about what is happening just by utilizing these. And of course, imagery and fantasy play. You may want to guide the child through the imagery, or you may even allow them allow them to take the lead. So there are so many things that can come out, so many real life experiences sometimes can come about when you engage children in, just ask them to do some, or you don't even have to ask them, you just provide the environment and they'll just go ahead. They become the superhero. They become all kinds of things.
In this one, you can also identify
Abuse, sexual abuse, and those things will come out.
They role play with the doll, all of these things. Yes.
And with the world technique, they build an imaginary world of their own, and you observe, you ask questions, and you'll find that a lot of it is connected to reality. So those are basically it. Mr. James, thank you so much. We're not quite done yet, though. Mr. James, I know you have some specific ones that you just want to show them how it's done. So we are going to go down just to walk you through. And different persons can have a go. I know you want to go home as well because it's the last session for the day. So another 5 minutes is good? Yes, and then we go home early.
All right, so earlier I mentioned that you can go deeper. So for us, we play, but play is a little bit more. So it is more therapeutic than just enjoyment. So when we do play, we also work on other developments, speech and language, sensory development, eating, because a lot of children will not like certain types of food. So when we're playing, we go especially to the senses, visual stimulation, tactile stimulation. So I think I should have had the balls, but if not, so even for this, we drop the ball in it, it rolls. So we also include play in the classroom. So it is, we create an inclusive environment where we do therapeutic push-in services. So a child, especially children who are on the spectrum, especially children who may need a little bit more neurodivergent individuals, they often need sensory break, play break. Because if you realize a child climbing on the rock wall, he actually got like 10 minutes play break. And he was getting vestibular and proprioceptive input. So, quite often they tell us that we have 5 senses. We actually have more. And children or neurodivergent persons are affected especially by the vestibular, which is the sense of movement, the inner ear, and your body needs it to process. So that's why some of you will sit and you shake up your legs, because you need it to calm and regulate. And then you have the proprioceptive that has to do with the joints. And quite often you'll have ever go and see some person in the church and them clapping so hard, or they're touching your hands and they squeeze your hands, proprioceptive input. Or some of the children will not press on the pencil. It's not that they can't write, but it comes with tactile and proprioceptive limitations. So we use, as you realize, John was having a textured ball rolling on him. This can be used for play, but what we're doing is that we're teaching the child. So play therapy is good to teach the child how to regulate. Now remember that intervention is for development. Intervention is to help the child to get better. They may not be cured, but they must be able to function, regulate, and most importantly, cope. Because we have to cope in this environment in order to produce, to get a job, to communicate, to live. So when a child is able to maneuver themselves through even basic play, we have children who will seek the things for themselves, and it is a coping mechanism. And play does not stick out like a sore thumb, meaning that they're getting therapeutic intervention, but it can be social. So the child is getting tactile input, vestibular input, visual input, but they can also be a part of a group. So what we do is that, say for instance, John is there getting his therapeutic input by climbing the vestibular wall, rock wall. But there are other children who don't need that. but they're actually doing it. So John is also getting the development of modeling them. So play therapy is also for you to model the right behavior. So when the child goes to the playground, I know the ECC, and I'm very happy for that. We're going to the playground. It's not just running into the playground, but there has to be specific things. You model behavior, you join the line, waiting your turn. So play, I'm taking off therapy. Play is social development. Play is preparation for society involvement. That's why people don't join line at the bus stop, because they never join the line in the playground. Understand? So play is important. Push and pull. Play is also very important for language. So when we're doing speech and language development, when we're using play, such as prepositional phrases. Yes, this is one, but even as simple as pulling a little truck. So pull, 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 stop. Push, pull. And all of these things are introducing words. And Mrs. Hall had given you a slide where it spoke of receptive language. So her son, he doesn't have any delays in his receptive language. So receptive language is what you understand. But he's now having issues with expressive language. That is how he communicates. So he understands everything, but he's losing the way of communicating with you. But the main thing is that you don't understand what he's saying. So play is a language, right? So it's so much more. And again, just don't think about the therapy part. Just don't think about the therapy part. Think about social and you needing to get involved. And remember earlier I said it's just cornmeal, right? So you don't have to have these things. You can use basic stocking, you can use cornmeal, rice, all kind of things, and play. Teachers don't like to get dirty. I don't wear dress and shoes. I wear Crocs and scrubs and jeans because I sit on the floor. We are too stiff. We are too proper. Once you are working with children, you must be able to play. And you can't play in stockings. So you need to be dressed for the part. It needs to be child-friendly, child-centered. And you realize where she said that adult-led, but also child must also lead. And when they lead, it's a good way of understanding what they're going through. So this one is a simple game, and it's headbands. So we clip this around the child's head, a group, right? So we use it as a group. You want to try this one? So we could try probably 2 person. So you clip it on your head, but don't show them the cards. So the trick is you're not to see the cards, right? Sure. Volunteer, so 2 person, 3, doesn't matter. You like to try?
All right. We don't want all the front people. 1 person there, 1
Didi, would you like to come? Come. Yes, so we have the dadas and we have the diddies. Yes.
We can get 2 other persons. You can come afterwards to do the hand puppet.
Yes. A simple little spin wheel. So we're playing with this and the child has to blow. Oral motor development. So all of these things are important for speech. So this is headbands. I guess maybe we can cheat today to make it faster, where we can probably let them see the card. But this helps the child to develop language. So we teach a child to ask questions. So they don't see the cards, and we will guide them to, am I food? Can I fly? Am I a color? Do I smell? Can you eat me? So we encourage the children to ask questions. Am I a thing? Am I a place? Am I an animal? So they're forced to ask questions, and you get prize. So you have to guess, but the best way of guessing is you have to ask the question. So we encourage the children and play. So we may get two nonverbal kids or children who are developing language, and we mix them with the parrots, one of them who love to talk. So it encourages them, and they're just doing what? Playing. And did you know the best person to help a child develop is another child? They learn from each other. But how they learn? Through play. And then emotions, right?
Can we get them to role play?
Oh.
I want to see them role playing so badly. So this gentleman and this lady, you have 2 minutes to show how you use it to do a little therapy. You're going to go in the corner and collaborate and come back and show us something. We'll continue to teach while you
I would let you use this one, Liddy. So, visual stimulation. Oh, they're going to practice? They're coming now?
They're going to take a minute and come.
And develop their script.
Yes.
You're going to put another card, and then you're going to guess what you are. So you have to guess what and you'll have to guess what you are. So you could put another, so you don't see it. We just cheated today. No one knows what is on their head. They have to ask questions, and then the group will say no or yes. So we just cheated today by telling you, am I in the sky? Am I an animal? So we prompt. Right. Now you heard that word, prompting? Prompting is when you help the child to get to the specific objective. Change? Yeah, but remember, we're cheating today. So you will ask. So you want a challenge? All right, so you want to take two, you can't take the cards. Yeah. It's not easy, trust me. All right, close your eyes. No, you can't see. You want to... All right, so you can't let them see the card. You're just going to put it in, stuck it in. So this is headbands. All right, it's a regular game. Yeah, turn to her. Yeah, so you can say no. You are going to ask her what you are. Am I an animal? You ask any question because you have to guess what is on your head. Okay. Yeah.
So what am I? Am I an animal?
No. Ask her now. You want to turn so others down there can see? Come over here, right? And you come here. Yeah, so you ask now what you are.
Am I a bird?
No.
Am I an animal?
Should I say
Animal. Yes. I can give clue, like you can give clues.
Yeah, you can give clues.
Okay. You crawl. Spider.
We can boil you.
Yes.
Excellent.
You have to ask me now, so I have to
No,
guess.
you have to
I just get mine. Oh, okay. Am I a thing?
Yes.
We can kick you around.
A ball.
All right, so it's pretty much fun, and sometimes the kids, it also teaches them how to be kind. Because quite often, when children play games, they can be mean. Yeah, idiot. Oh, if you say that. It's a way for us to redirect their approach to socializing. It's a fun game, right? It's a fun game. All right, now this. Exactly. So the child is developing language, critical thinking, turn taking, so many things that they're developing. Now, this is a simple toy, but this offers so much input. It offers, what are we doing? We are what? We're using our eyes too. So this is offering visual stimulation. Pull it. All right. Now this is offering, what did we just do? Did we feel it? Yes. You feel it? Well, she's feeling it. What did you get? But what? Auditory stimulation. And you realize that Didi needed a little extra oomph to pull. What she's using muscles, so she's getting the proprioceptive input. So it looks like a simple toy. It is a toy. It's not a therapy toy, you know. It's just a toy, but it can be used for so many things because the child requires input in order to regulate. And this is what we call inclusion. It must be in place in order for the child to function. This is a nice one too. It's a game. It's not a therapy thing, so you don't walk into a medical store and say, I need this medical thing. I need prescription to get it. You love this one? You love this one? Now, if you look, she's actually getting the clue for the game, but it has a little stems. But it has to go through, and often I make the child put it through. So it offers eye-hand coordination. Right. And then they have to pull out, and then the bees will fall. We're ready?
I am just so hungry. There's no one else to play with and give some trouble to. Oh my.
Why you are hungry?
Are you surprised that I'm hungry? Look at my face. There's no one here to give any trouble to.
But I am here. Let's go out and play.
Play?
Yes.
What's that, play?
Yes, we can go outside and play with a ball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And can you give trouble in play?
Yes, and we also can learn while we play.
We can give trouble, learn, and play, and have fun?
Yes,
Let's go then. Let's have some of that. If it's playing and trouble, that's me. What? This ball. Can you rub it on my back, please?
Sure.
Oh, yes. Oh, I'm angry and feeling funny.
Yes.
Thank you
Don't you
so
feel a
much,
little better
my friend.
now?
Let me rub it on your back.
Oh, no problem.
Are you feeling good? I'm
Yes,
feeling
I'm
so
feeling
much
so
better.
good.
Let's play more things. All right. But that's good. That's good.
That was really good. I can explain so much that you actually
Thank you.
so much.
With this angry face.
Yeah.
Thank you then. All right, that's it.
That was excellent.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And you realize you remember myself him can play and give trouble? Yes. Typical boys that we often find and love to mash up things. But if you realize that he asks for something, so I guess maybe he knows how to regulate himself. And when she interacted by rubbing the thing on his back, it also right, it helped to calm him down, all of these things, and they're actually playing. And exactly, so they're also turn taking. So there's so much that came out of this, but they were actually having something called verbal volley. So they were interacting by also turn taking with their language. He was requesting speech therapy, so he's making requests. He's also objecting because quite often we always tell children to do things, but we don't help them to understand why we are telling them to do it. So even when he requested the ball thing on his back, and they ended up communicating what it was actually, it made him calm, he was happy. Yes, he never wanted to give trouble again. I wish the puppet could have turned that frown into a smile, that angry face into a smile, because after that play session, it changed his emotion, it changed his mood. So we're not asking you to go to UA and study for years to be a medical doctor. We're asking you to play. We're asking you to leave the stocking and for the man, the pointy shoes and the tie, and play. And there's so many things. And again, many times we lack resources, but you have imagination. And they always say teachers are garbage collectors, because you walk and you pick up everything and you turn your hand and make fashion. So clothespins can be turned into little puppets. Stocking socks. Visual stimulation is not only Christmas time. You can put up pepper lights. Put up some pepper lights under the table and make a fort. So you're camping and you get so much experience. Get some sand, make mud puddles. My children even paint up my face. I just carry some old clothes and I'm on the floor outside with them. And one of the little boys put on lipstick. I don't know which part him don't put paint. And when there was no more space left on his body, him start to paint me. And I could not refuse him. Why? It was bliss for him. He was regulating. He was calming himself. He was expressing himself through colors. He mixed, trust me, by the time he finished mix some of the colors, I never seen them before. But that day, it was one of the best days at school. No trouble, because we were all outside playing. They were getting what they require. So,
Thank you so much for that, Miss James. Yeah. Do we have any questions? We'll take some questions.
Yes.
Feeling accepted by you.
Especially an adult. Because quite often, children are shunned. Not necessarily that you don't want them, but they don't know how to approach you. Because quite often they hear, no, I'm tired, you're nasty up the place. All of these things from adults. And that is so positive. And I'm so happy that you brought that up. It gave him the chance to feel that he was a part and he could approach me. And we were on the same level field. We were kids together. It was a wonderful experience.
Awesome. So we also have a question from our online participants. Are some of these allowed in the classroom? Example, animal play.
Definitely. And animal play is extremely good, especially when you're using farm animals. And it is thematic. So it helps to, language development is very important. And everyone that sits here, right now, we're all experiencing children with receptive and expressive disorder. They don't necessarily have to have autism in order to have language difficulties. There's so many other things. So playing with animals, you can use the animal sounds, that is developing speech, because there's a difference. Speech is production of sound, you're getting the sounds out. So many of our children, they have speech. They don't have language, which is the interaction and usage of words. They can't put words, they can't put sentences together. So when you're playing with animals, excellent, you get language sound, you also get fine motor development because they have to learn to grasp and pick up, they learn how to share. So I will borrow the cow because some of them don't want to let go of the animals. So you're teaching them to exchange, you're teaching them to find which small and big and adult and so many things. Every day me play. If you should look on our school page, some person said, I would love to go there because when I do book work, yes. And it's a way of transitioning the child from practical, because remember, in order for children to learn, they start with the concrete stage. You can't just start with the abstract. So you start with touch and interaction through your senses. That's why sensory integration is important. So they have to touch it, smell it, feel it. I rub noodles all over children. So animal play is good. You can also use it to introduce food. You use it to introduce so many things.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Miss James. Okay, are there any other questions?
I'd like to know what type of play would you recommend for the child that is not physically able to manage, right? So they're the one that is the onlooker. So I'd like to know what play would you recommend for such a child?
All right, so what you're going to do is to modify your activity. So you want to accomplish the same objective, but you will modify your activities, right? So say, for example, well, if the child is able to use their hands, so maybe a child is not fully spastic. So speaking about a child with maybe have CP or a physical challenge, so they probably wouldn't be able to grasp and extend their hands to catch a ball. So instead of making the child feel left out, because you're over here, so throw the ball, go closer. Maybe you can roll the ball instead of throwing the ball, right? Instead of giving the child may not be able to open their hands and stretch their fingers and necessarily grasp. Give them a smaller ball. So you're doing adaptive PE. So what you're doing is modifying probably the activities, modifying your resources. If everybody is like, I don't know numbers when it come on to a yard or a feet or whatever, a meter, you cut it down. All right, so modify, maintain integrity. That's very important. Maintain the integrity and emotions of your children where they don't feel that I'm being left out of the activity.
Okay. Another question?
Yeah. So I was here on Tuesday, and we spoke about some things in this same session. And again, I realized that some of these things are needed in the home. The parents need to be educated, because here is a miss. It's her child. So most things start from the home. And I have a student at school who's just like him, and the mother is not in denial. She's aware of it, and that child is getting help. But we can see that there are many students like this who the help is only in the school. It's only when them come to school them can get the help. And that's why I said I do music, and my music is to educate both parents. And one of the songs is SCHOOL. That spells school, and are the best words for spell. And in that song, the first line said, school, how me ramp and play. School, me love that night and day. School, how me write and read. School, me love that awake or asleep. School, me get 3 meals a day. School, from apart, me not have to pay. School, I will pray to the Lord. School, me love that more than me had. So that's the first verse of that song. Because school is where most of the children come and get help. So we as teachers, definitely, we have to educate the parents them when we get these knowledge. You understand?
Creating awareness is very important.
Yes,
yes,
right
it
there.
is.
Thanks.
You can't
Thank you
doctor
so
the
much for
child
that.
without doctoring the home. So many times, it's not that parents are abusive or neglectful. It's just that it's not known. Yes. And another thing is that we also have to understand that many of these neurodivergent children are coming from neurodivergent parents. So quite often, a mother may have bipolar condition. Her child may end up with autism or dyslexia or ADHD. It doesn't have to necessarily be bipolar. We have fathers with ADHD, and it transitions to their children. So a lot of, as he said, we need to help the home. Helping the home also helps the parent to accept themselves. And when they realize who they are, and I've come a far way, so they will also be a little bit better in accepting their children. And the fact that they probably went through a lot, they probably say, I don't want my child to go through what I went through. So they probably will be more pushed to get help. So we can't help the child without helping the home. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Miss James. In wrapping up, just want to touch on a few points that were mentioned about supporting boys' development through play. So we tapped into what play therapy is and why boys' mental health matters, just looking at the impact it has right up to adulthood. So Miss James and Mrs. Seymour Hall, Mrs. James, sorry, would have looked at play techniques and several activities that can be engaged in, looking at the different types of tools that can be used, such as art and sand play, and don't forget the cornmeal, board games, building blocks. And as she would have demonstrated here as well, if you have the resources in your classroom, use them, looking at the benefits of play therapy. So it helps to support the children as they learn to manage their emotions, which is very critical. And also the therapeutic relationship, it provides support to the development of positive and healthy attachments, critical thinking, and language. So we just want to thank them both for being here. It was such a great session in closing the day, right? Do you all agree? Yeah. I agree. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise and your knowledge, and we can now move it into our classroom settings and, apply them, which is critical. All right, thank you so much and enjoy the rest of the day.